So hello, everyone. We are glad to be here today. And this is a 2 days training session about Helidon on top of actually MicroProfile running with Helidon. So if this is not where you should be, so yeah, just letting everyone know if you are in the right place. I hope so. And let me give you a brief on what we are planning to have on these 2 days. Of course, I should change this. I should have changed it already. But this time here, it's not the same for everyone. So please bear with me. We are gonna start today with a couple of contents and we will wrap up today with some more advanced content. Everything we discuss will mostly be on top of MicroProfile, so we are not going to cover too many specific features of Helidon, as the goal is for you to learn how you can write cloud-native Java applications, and then you are going to give a try on many Helidon features with Helidon. I'm sorry, many MicroProfile features with Helidon. I'm still warming up. So as of today, we are gonna have a welcome session where we can get to know each other. This is pretty more interesting when we are, of course, in a in-person training, but still needed in a virtual training so we can understand where you're coming from in the sense of knowledge and your expectations for this session, so we can address or try to address as much as possible your needs. We are also going to discuss what actually means a microservice architecture and a cloud native architecture, because they do not need to go together every time. Also let you understand what is MicroProfile and what is MicroProfile spec, where does it come from, and what are the features that you can leverage from this great platform. Also, CDI will be the base of everything. So we will have a deep, you will leave this course with a deep understanding of CDI. So CDI is not only doing an at inject or at auto-wired, and you will understand the difference for those who are coming from the Spring background. There is much more to this specification. It's really powerful, and we can deliver a lot of good things in our app, in our code design, when we leverage CDI the right way. We will have, give me just 1 second, let me close the door here.
Yes, and the good thing is if you are a senior developer, you are able to create components based on CDI. For example, I want to do internationalizations, and maybe I have features that only works with one country. So you're able to inject based on that language or based on requests. You're able to produce features based on that.
And event-driven is not only about event-driven microservices. Your application can also be event-driven, and you will see what I'm talking about today. We will get started with Helidon, learn a lot about REST with JAX-RS, and have an overview of the Open API. At the end, we'll be able to try it out, and we strongly recommend you to do it. And even though you are used to these concepts, actually, this is especially for those who are already used to some of these concepts, we recommend you doing the challenge, because on the second day, we will start with a review. So if you implement the challenge, you can either use a quick start that we provide to just finish the codes that are still to be implemented, or you can start from scratch and create the solution yourself. And by tomorrow, we are going to do a review. So we are going to discuss together good practices, what are things that are done the best way possible, or things that could get better. And this is not about judging. This is not about any of these. And even if you want us to take a look at your code, and don't want us to publicly share who's the code owner, you can also say that on the email that you will send us. So just let us know, hey, we want you to review my code, but please don't say it's mine. That's also fine. We don't care. We just want everyone to learn, okay?
And we usually don't say the owner of the code, mainly because it doesn't matter. The main idea here is to share what you know, to share the knowledge,
Yeah,
and
Otavio,
mainly share experience.
one time this guy shared his code and he said, please don't say it's mine. And then he had his name on the package. I'm like, ah. But so tomorrow we are going to still keep talking about REST, most specifically REST client. We are going to learn some other parts of microprofile, like microprofile config, observability, good practices on observability, how does it fit into a cloud world. We are going to learn about persistence. If we have time on how to learn how to test microservices, some practices there. And something that is not in here, but worked really well on the last session is covering cloud practices. So some recommendations for deploying applications on the cloud. And finally, a simple final challenge. That's really simple. You have some guides in there, but you will be able to try more of the concepts that we will share on the second day. So with that, this is a more detailed view of today's session. Learn a lot about Helidon, MicroProfile, JSON-B, JSON-P, RESTful web services, JAX-RS, and much more. So before we get started with the welcome, please let me bring this in advance to you. All the exercises of this training will be done on your local environment. So please make sure you have the right version so you can run Java minus version, MVN minus version. We will need Maven. We will need Git and an IDE. You can use any IDE you want. You might want to use Postman, or you can just use, for example, doing REST calls, or you can use the Open API UI that will be provided. So just to get started, please do the following. And I need to put that on a slide, by the way, Otavio still didn't. So I will share a couple of lines and ask you to do this, okay? So you can already download the internet while we talk. So just you have to spend less time on this when we actually start the labs. I wasn't aware this is a 2-day course. Will day 2 be tomorrow? I don't have it on my calendar. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. So anyway, it says that I'm not able to ask. So yeah, it's good that I'm not using that thing, Ezekiel. So yes, I will check with the training organizers why you don't have a 2-day invite. I do have it on my calendar. And let me see here. So I have it on day 1 and I have day 2 set up, but I need to check why you are not invited to the 2 days. It is a 2-day session, but don't worry if you're not able to stay for the whole session or you are not able to join the second day. We are still going to record this anyway. And the best way for you to leverage this training is to ask your questions, okay? So that's what we recommend. For this to not be me and Otavio talking and you guys listening. We want you to actually be able to share your questions, even if you feel like it's not very much aligned with the content we are sharing. Let us know what you think, with your thoughts, your comments, or hey, I've done this in production, or I've tried it and it sucks. So let us know everything, okay?
And remember, here the main goal is not to be a regular training. Think here more about our open bar discussion about code. So I'm not afraid to say, hey, I don't know this point. So we're able to check later. It's fine to me. So bring questions, and even I don't know, probably Karina knows, but even if she does know, we're able to find who knows that answer to you. Okay, it's a moment to everybody able to learn, even us, or mostly us.
Yes, Vika. So we'll make sure that Otavio is paying attention to the people who are trying to join, and he will accept people as we move forward if you drop.
Yes, usually it's drop a message directly on my system operation
Okay.
in the middle.
So while we are on the welcome session, please make sure that you clone this repository to your machine, use your terminal, git clone this repo, it's on the chat, enter the folder, and then Maven clean package, that's all. So it will download all the internet to your machine, and you can say sometime later. So let's get started. I will get started by introducing myself quickly. Actually, Otavio, we should go last, right? Let's go last. Let me go through the list. So these are the things I would like to know about you, okay? So let me put it also here. As you see, we are pretty dynamic, so expect a dynamic training, okay? So let me know what's your role, like what you do in the daily work. How long have you been working with Java, and have you worked with MicroProfile? What's your experience with Helidon and your expectations, in case you have expectations? So let me go on the order of the list and start with Alison Medeiros. Hello, Alison. If you are not able to open the mic, please type it on the chat, okay? All right, looks like Alison is not able to open the mic. So let me go to the next one while Alison is typing in. Angelo. Hello, Angelo Rubini. Let us know more about you.
Hi, all.
Hello.
Hi. Can you back to the previous slide, please?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Can you back to the previous slide?
Oh, yes,
slide number 4.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
yes.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. I don't remember the first question. I am a developer and I'm working in Java for 10 years. And no, I don't work with MicroProfile. I don't use Helidon in any environment. So I stay here for discover a new feature from a framework like MicroProfile and Helidon. Thank you.
Thank
Ciao,
you.
Angelo.
Nice to meet you.
Sei italiano?
Yes.
Ah,
Sì,
okay,
Ottavio.
Grazie mille. The next one is Ashwin Vanpal.
Hey everyone, my name is Ashwin Vanpal. I've been working as a Java developer for like more than 5-7 years now. Mostly experience with Spring, so I'm trying to bring that knowledge and maybe get understanding of how Helidon as a framework works, and maybe get my understanding to that level of comfort which I have had with Spring. And expectation is to at the end provide more value using what Helidon offers out of the box to my current project where I'm working.
Lovely. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
So the next one is Bernardo Torres.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I'm an intern still, so I don't really have much experience with microservices, and I thought this course would help me with that. I've been working with Java for a bit more of a couple of years, and well, my expectations would be to understand Helidon, since I'll be well, according to my manager, we'll be using it in a near future. And that's it. Thank you.
Pretty cool. The next one we have on the list is Carolina Perez, finally another girl.
Hi, everyone. Well, same as Bernardo, I'm a software developer intern, so I don't have much of experience with microservices. I've been working with Java for like 3 years now, or 4 years, something like that. And well, my expectations are to gain knowledge and understand better how this works. So yeah.
Awesome, nice to meet you, Carolina.
And bienvenida.
Thank you.
Bienvenida, sí. The next one we have on the list, according to the order of the alphabet, is Cesar Martinez.
Hey guys, first of all, thanks a lot for the training. My role is an application developer. Indeed, I will be working along with Bernardo. We have a Helidon application coming our way soon. I've been working with Java for about 12 years, 13 years now. And I have worked with Helidon MP, maybe 2 weeks now. That will pretty much summarize my entire experience with Helidon. Of course, during my years, I found multiple applications written with Java Enterprise Edition. So I'm getting ready for using that knowledge here on Helidon. And also my expectations will be to get more familiarity with Helidon, all of the framework it provides, as you mentioned on the slides about observability and things like that, since we are going to prepare an enterprise application. And along with that, I would like to see if you guys are planning to cover something about the Helidon's roadmap of moving from the JAVAX imports or JAVAX spec to moving to the Jakarta spec. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Pretty cool, Cesar. Thank you for the introduction. I was taking some notes here. So that is pretty interesting. So let me just ask you one question. So far, your experience has been with app servers like WebLogic, Wildfly, JBoss, and WebSphere, this type of app service, right?
Right.
Okay, nice, good. Pretty cool. This makes me feel excited.
Whoa,
Next
who is
one.
next?
Next
Eliseo
is
Garcia.
Ezequiel, yeah.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Well, I have been working, in my current position is as a developer as well. I have been working in the project with Java for 5 years, more or less, and a couple of years with microservices. My expectation here is to understand what is this of Helidon, because it's the first time that I heard about it. And that's pretty much all that I have. I mean, the idea is just to have a kind of overview of this.
Did you say you are already working with microservices or planning to work with?
No, I already working, but with Spring.
Oh, cool, Spring Boot. And are you deploying with containers?
Yep, exactly.
Cool, that is awesome. We can also learn a lot from you then.
You're not able to say Spring here. It's a Voldemort word.
Ooh, don't worry about Otávio. Don't worry about Otávio.
I'm kidding. Come on. The next one, I'll try to spell your name correctly.
George Willie.
George Willie.
Teach us how to say your name properly.
Actually, Carolina, you didn't do too bad. So my name is York, just actually like New York. So yeah. Okay, I'm hi to everyone. I'm actually software consulting now, working with Java already over 18 years, 20 years now. And
my God, you were almost there when it was born.
And I bet I can still learn a lot from you. I haven't done too much microservices, and I also I'm very interested in doing native applications in Java. I'm actually into GraalVM native builds and all these things. So I do have a lot of background in Java, but I'm actually not very new to microservice. So I'm very interested in learning this. yeah, currently actually I'm working as a software architect in my yeah, we are planning to move a huge monolithic application to bring it onto Kubernetes, and so we are trying to get new ideas from how to do it with microservices. As the team gets bigger and bigger, we actually need to do something, and so I'm open to this and ready to learn.
Oh, nice, York. Hopefully you say the name correctly.
And
Perfect.
that is pretty cool. So before you invite the next person, Otávio, so Jörg, let
Yeah.
me let you say something in advance. Download GraalVM and just the package there. I will share here the link. Do you already have it on your machine?
Yes, I do.
Oh, great. So during the exercises, you will be able to try native, and we are also plan to cover the topic, even though it's not on the main agenda. Okay.
Perfect.
So thank you for sharing.
Thanks.
Okay. Probably he
yeah.
does enough microservice a point of hating a lot. It's
So-
the rule number one, right? So we need to do enough to hate. But anyway, let's go to the next one.
Logan Tidwell.
Hey guys, my name is Logan. I have been a Java developer for about 7 years now. Spent most of that time working with microservices in Spring Boot, deploying to Kubernetes on OpenShift. Just started working with Helidon a couple weeks ago, so still fresh on that. Very interested in learning more about the CDI concepts, understanding Helidon's configuration frameworks, and just kind of getting familiar with the framework. So thank you guys for doing this.
Whoa, so you're one of my guys. You work with OpenShift. I actually plan to show an OpenShift demo by tomorrow. So let's see how that goes. With Helidon, yeah, with Helidon.
Nice.
And do you have any Helidon projects coming down your way? Or is it just for the matter of interest?
Yes, no, I'm working actually with Ashwin also on this training. We're both on the same Helidon project at the moment.
Awesome. Okay, have you tried other frameworks that deals with microprofile? Like Payara Micro, Quarkus, Micronaut?
Nope. This will be my first time learning microprofile.
Okay,
Oh,
cool.
nice.
Thank you.
Let's go to the next one. Lakshmi.
Lakshmi, yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Lakshmi. I have been working as a DevOps principal software engineer role, more into operations side of things, supporting Java applications all along my career for the past maybe 14 to 16 plus years. I'm not much of a Java developer, but I work on Python. I have supported Java applications, Perl, Bash, different scripting languages as well. So I'm here to learn more about Helidon and try to see how I can leverage this learning experience and fit it into my current role.
Paul, do you have the basic understanding of like object-oriented programming?
Yes.
Okay, nice, good. Yeah. So you should be fine. Don't worry about all the annotations you see. You should be able to understand them as we cover the CDI topic. Yeah, Otávio can be really intense on that topic. So please be sure to ask questions when you have it, okay?
Sure, yeah.
Cool. Well, who's the next one, Otávio? Is it Michael? I think so.
Yes, Michael. And if you're not able to say loudly, please type your about you.
Yeah, let us know.
The next
one after Michael is Raman. Raman, can you talk to us? Probably also having problems with his mic.
Timeout exception. Let's jump to the next one.
Next we have Ruben Pai. No one wants to talk to us.
I think Ruben already posted on the chat.
Oh yeah, that is true. He's a full stack developer and have worked with Java for 13 of the last 15 years now working with Python. Cool. Ruben, let us know also if you have tried MicroProfile, okay? And what about you, Victor Ott?
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Thanks. Hi, next. Thanks for this course, and I'm excited about it. My role in the daily work, I'm a full stack developer. I love backends, but in my daily job, I'm also helping in up to the front end side. I'm a senior developer, architect, lead developer, depending on the project. How long I have been working with Java? I know Java since version 1. I still have the orange yellow CD with it from Sun. But I really worked with Java about in the past, let's say 20, 22 years. My experience with Helidon is until now 0. I'm in my daily job, I'm currently for the past 3 years, I'm using the Voldemort word, Spring Boot. And before I worked in the in web applications based on different application servers from WebSphere to Tomcat, TomEE, SAP, back to BIA, and so on. My expectations are to learn more about Helidon, and to get best practices from the insiders.
Pretty cool. So today, most of your backends are developed with Spring Boot.
In my current project, yes. Spring
Okay,
Boot,
cool.
and on VMs and currently on OpenShift.
Wow, we have a very diverse audience today, Otávio, of attendees. Pretty cool.
Oh, yes.
Because has shared on the chat that he's a lead developer and works with OOP like for 13 years and Java specifically for the last 3 years. He started to use Helidon since the last couple of months, and the expectation is to get Helidon MP basic concepts. Awesome. Yeah, so please ask all the questions you have. And finally, Vladimir Garcia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Well, my current role is software developer. I have been working with Java around 10 years with intermediate spaces. I have worked with Spring Boot last year, and I worked like 1.5 years in total with Spring Boot. So my expectations with well, I don't have any experience on Helidon, and my expectation will be to know the framework and to find the difference between Spring Boot and this new framework. And that's it.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you all.
Yes.
The most important thing here that I usually advise you, remember the idea is a bar conversation. And one thing what it's even more important than what we're going to talk about is the networking. So please share your LinkedIn, Twitter, this kind of thing. So I remember the time that I met my boss in the conference. So he was my boss, and then we become partner, and we had several business together. So try to explore this opportunity as well. I will do the same here. I shared the Karina one, and I will do with mine. So please share your LinkedIn, your Twitter, this kind of thing, so everybody is able to
connect. Yes.
connect.
So let me quickly introduce myself, and then I will let Otavio go next. So I am Karina Varela. I work for Red Hat for over 5 years now, and I've been in different teams inside Red Hat, being able to work with the engineering team, product teams, consultants, and so on and so forth. I've been working with Java for more than 10 years. I dealt with different sectors around the globe, also with different types of applications, mostly enterprise. And I've seen the rise in the popularization of frameworks like Quarkus, and also followed the cloud adoption that everyone is going through. I've personally helped a couple of customers on that. And it's pretty interesting to be here with you today, not only to share what I know, but also to learn and get to know the experiences that you've gone through also with Java and these types of frameworks. So that's a little bit about me. I work a lot with open source, also with the communities. So I am a coordinator of the biggest Java community of the globe, that is called Java, and also help with different communities like with nurturing, management, and coordination. We like to do live streamings, like me and Otavio. We do some podcasts together with when we are invited to do podcasts, write a lot, and have fun with some books, authoring in the free time. So let us know about you, Otavio.
My name is Otavio Santana, mostly at Otavio Java on Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever. I have been doing open source for a while, so I have been working with Java as JSP or Java Executive Member. I have been working Java since Java 8. Hopefully we are enjoying the Java. If not, sorry, I try hard to improve the technology. And then I worked in several specifications in Java EE. Right now, Jakarta EE specifications such as CDI, beam validation. I'm working new specifications from mostly around Java, a persistence layer such as Jakarta Data, Jakarta NoSQL, and probably JPA. That's coming up for me. I usually say that I love history, philosophy, and a lot of read. And that's all about me. And yeah, I don't like coffee. I prefer coconut water. It's much better, by the way.
All right. So let's get started. Let me share my screen again. Oh, don't worry. We are going to have breaks during the training, so you can grab some water, have some snacks. We will have smaller breaks during the session and a big 1 hour break, a long 1 hour break as we move forward. Okay. So I hope you are okay with the prerequisites, and you will only need that when we go to the lab time, so don't worry too much about that now. Let's start talking about cloud native microservices architecture. In order to talk about that, we will focus first on the cloud native. To talk about what cloud native means, first we need to talk about cloud. Where does it come from? Why did it get popular? And how can you start adopting cloud services? So you see a failure there. I will clone and run this myself, auto. So let me do that right now to make sure it's all working. Which version of Java do you have? 11, good. So I will do this here in a temp here. So we can just make sure we're all set up, okay? And then I will have here the Helidon training, and I will do day 1. So let's see, git clone, then you access the folder, clean package Let me export the Java. I never have this set up by default. And let it run here. I'll let you know in a second. Otávio, while this is running, where does this come from and what does it have to do with Agile? You are on mute.
Okay, I'm done. I'm kidding. So it's a good discussion, mostly because every time that we talk about cloud and agile, there is no direction between those. Okay, so it's not related directly. However, there is a huge history between those, especially because when agile methodology was born, the main idea was to make things more adaptive to the real world. I mean, instead of wait like months, years, or wait until some window deploy at Saturday night or Friday night, we're able to do deploys more often. So because of that, we decided to move forward and look more to integration interactions over tools, more software in the work instead of a huge documentation. A customer collaboration over contracts, especially because if you look in the past, we software engineer was something so new that we are not able to handle that much on that time. And yes, we're able to respond to change. And with that idea, we was able to see that cloud fits completely well with agile, mainly because of the delegation that we talk later. But the main point about agile is to do more integrations and mainly break down the silos of knowledge. That's why we have DevOps. That's why we have NoOps. That's why we have BDevOps. That's why we have DevSecOps. Especially because if you look to we evolved into the agile methodology was born in 2001 with Agile Manifesto. And the idea was to do integration between agile and the client and developers. And around 2010, there's no specific time there, we were able to do the integration between developers and operation, because we could see that, okay, I know the knowledge, I know everything. However, I'm not able to do the deploy fast enough. And it doesn't make sense that I have the code, but I don't have the code on production. So DevOps, developers with operation. And finally, if I have the code, but if I don't have security, it's useless again. So DevSecOps. Again, Agile, developers, user, DevOps, developers, operation, DevSecOps, developers, security, and operation. Dev. But Karina, how about cloud?
Right.
Yes.
So for those who already copied cloned the project, please just do a git pull origin main. It's fixed. That was caused by another thing we were doing on the previous session, but it should be okay now. So when we are talking about cloud, we have many cloud vendors, and each cloud vendor usually brings a different concept of what cloud means. The same is valid as the cloud native concept, as we will see. So basically what we see across every vendor is that they say cloud is somebody else's problem. So maybe you are using infrastructure that is managed by someone else. Maybe you are using the whole platform like Kubernetes that is based by someone else. Maybe you are using the whole service that is managed by someone else. Let's say event streaming broker like Kafka managed by someone else, database managed by someone else. So when you think about a cloud service, you are thinking of delegating responsibilities to someone you trust, okay? So there are different options of cloud of clouds out there, of cloud services, cloud offerings. We have, we could, oh, thank you, Vito. Thank you for letting me know actually that it was broken. So now you can just, yeah, everyone can just make it, pull the code and make sure and compile it. So summarizing these slides that I like a lot, we can say that we have the different offerings. We have PaaS, SaaS, IaaS, okay? So on-premise would mean, I didn't share the slides yet, Angelo. So when you have an on-premise offering, it basically means that I will cook, if I wanna eat pizza, I need to cook it on my house. We'll do it later on, yes, I will. So I would have to buy the ingredients to make sure I'm selecting good ingredients that are not passed out, like over date, okay? I need to make sure I know how to cook. I have the proper tools to cook the pizza. I know the timing on when to put what, where. So I need to do it everything. I need to not only eat, but also I need to clean the dishes later. Next, we can start delegating things. So as we move to a model where we delegate the more stuff, we can delegate, for example, I will just go to a restaurant and buy stuff in there, so I don't have to cook. Or I can order pizza and I can delegate basically everything, but I still have to wash the dishes. So what does that mean if we compare to the cloud offerings? We can delegate, for example, the infrastructure side. We can delegate. What is infrastructure? Basically the data center. People don't want to manage that anymore. They can just delegate it all. So they can still have access to a server, but they need to install everything on top of it and manage, okay? But the server, they will have the guarantees of the vendor. So it's going to be up, you're going to have backup and all this stuff. There is PaaS, where you can think of a service like Heroku, where you just put your code in there and you have everything ready for you. So you care about the application itself, and then you don't need to care about the whole containerization, deployment, and all the stuff that you have on the platform level that you would need to worry on a platform level. Finally, we have a SaaS offering where you have everything done for you, don't even need to code. But notice that the more you delegate, the less flexibility you have. So when you are using an email service like Gmail, it is a type of SaaS offering. When you are using Spotify to listen to songs, it is a type of SaaS offering. So then I have a question for you guys and girls that are listening to us. So type it on the chat now. If you think that the service I'm going to share is PaaS or SaaS, okay? If you are consuming a managed database or a managed Kafka streaming, managed API service, these type of services that you're paying for someone else to manage, are these type of services SaaS or PaaS? For example, managed database, managed Kafka, SaaS or PaaS? Let us know. Most of you think it's SaaS. Okay, okay. Anyone think it's PaaS? Or is it something else? Is it SaaS or PaaS? Otávio, what do you think about this?
It's not a mature answer that I have so far, but usually what you think about this kind of thing is a PaaS, right? Mainly because who is the target of that solution? We have our philosophy about cloud, that is somebody else's problem, right? And the target to SaaS, like you said, such as Gmail, Netflix, is a regular user because they are able to use this kind of solution.
Without having to do anything, right?
If without doing anything.
A service that is focused for a developer, even though you are not, you still have to code your application to consume that. It's not ready for the final end user to use it as a SaaS. They don't know how to code, right?
Yes. The point is, okay, if I give a database to my mom, it's useless because she has no idea how to put information there, how to create a UX and so on. It's not a finished discussion about standards. What you have so far is the 3 ones that Karina said, but mostly of the time, we see the database as a service or any kind of service that's provided by developers, or the main focus is developer experience as a pass.
Yeah, that's a type of pass. So when you look at a pass, for example, you can think of Heroku, right? You put your application there and deploy it. But still, you're not delivering SaaS when you're talking about a managed database offering. So
there's like some idea, right? I mean, if you give again the Heroku to my mom, she's not able to do anything because she's not able to code. Just a developer can deliver something because of that. Using the philosophy of somebody else's problem, basically what do you have? Infrastructure. Yes, you delegate the infrastructure complexity to somebody else. Therefore, you're not able to think about energy, space to rent, server, or so on. You delegate the hardware to somebody else. When you move on to the PaaS, you delegate the hardware plus the configuration stuff, so the operation side. Heroku, you are able to deploy application if you don't know about organization or about operation itself. Database as a service, you are able to handle with database if you don't handle with backup or with upgrade of database, about security, because you pay somebody else to handle that to you. It's somebody else's problem.
And it's a type of platform also. So databases, managed stream, event streaming, API gateways, integration offerings, it's all part of an application platform, right? So that's why we put it. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So that's why we have this dashed line under PaaS, because we see it as a type, a subset of a PaaS, because it is a managed type of platform for developers, a managed type of application service. So all of these types of services would fall into this category. Why are we sharing this with you? Because most of the customers today are moving towards cloud adoption, and you should be able to understand the type of services that are out there, the differences in between them, and how the customer and how and when each customer should adopt a different type of offering. So then we have someone here, for example, that looks at OpenShift. If a type of platform like Kubernetes, and let us know in the chat, okay? This is, again, I'm asking you, so let me know. A type of offering like Kubernetes, where you have, let's say, someone is taking care of Kubernetes for you. Someone installed Kubernetes or any Kubernetes flavor like OpenShift, and they take care of this. But you have access to the admin console, so you can install operators, you configure the services, the routes, your deployment configs, and everything else. This type of service, is it IaaS or PaaS?
Time.
Oh, just to say, I love how you guys interact with us, because we feel very lonely. So we really love you to interact with us. Love when you interact with us.
If you don't interact with us, we start to sing "Hello, Darkness, Old Friend." I'm a terrible singer, so
yeah, I'm a terrible joker. So, but feel free to sing and tell jokes, okay? So they wake up if they are falling asleep. So this is a good thing. We see everyone saying like PaaS. So there's a tricky thing in here, a tricky one. And I had long discussions with Otavio on this. Notice everything we are sharing right now, you can search all over the internet. You will see each vendor will give you a different answer. So the concepts that we are sharing with you are based on a lot of research on like not only the vendor themselves, but also big analysts like Gartner and Forrester. We are just we had a good, we made a big amount of research so we could create our own definitions based on what the market is saying, okay? So there's a tricky thing here. In a PaaS offering, you're not supposed to care and worry about the ops stuff. So if you need to worry about the routes, services, deployment configurations on your platform, maybe you are going more towards a more custom type of thing. You are not only worrying about the code of your service. So when you get your application code, your GitHub repo, you put it on Heroku and you say deploy it, that is a type of PaaS. Platform SH is another example. If you have to worry about the details on the ops side, we are going more towards something like IaaS, but it's not IaaS. So that's where this new concept of container as a service comes from. It's not a IaaS, but it's not a PaaS also. So OpenShift have many different types of offering. You will see that it can be offered as a PaaS, where you are the one who will have it installed on your premises and you will do everything on top of it. Or you can use it as a, as a CaaS, where you will take care of everything. Or you can use it as a PaaS, as I will show on a demo tomorrow, where you have everything set up for you and you just inform your URL and you get your application deployed and you receive an URL, for example. So it really will depend on the level of abstraction, okay? If you are using a service that doesn't abstract as much as you only need to inform your application code, you might be going more towards something like a container as a service offering. So a managed Kubernetes goes towards this path that we have it here set on the middle, right, Otávio? Not a IaaS, not a PaaS, something in the middle.
Yes, especially the Kubernetes vanilla. Those are usually CaaS, container as a service, where you have a higher abstraction than IaaS. However, not enough to be a PaaS. Okay.
Exactly.
So the whole point here is to show a bunch of options that we have right now when you talk about cloud. And the marketing around developer experience has grown a lot. So right now we have companies, not just 3 companies that we had in the past, like Microsoft, Oracle, and IBM. Right now have companies, even startups, who has a target us. We developers are the main target to several companies, includes startups.
Yeah, that is a
make
great
our life
insight.
easier. Yes, in the
Great
cloud.
insight, Otávio. So by the way, none of you answered incorrectly your replies, okay, your responses. The thing is that the reason why we always share this type of concepts is because me and Otávio, we had the same issue. And even internally at Red Hat, when I ask other very, very experienced colleagues, they think like you, or they even think something different. So that only shows that still these concepts are getting more mature, but that is still important for us to know what are the services, the cloud offerings out there that we can leverage, so we can properly plan our services. Okay, nice. So let's get started with CDI. So what is CDI in the end of the day? CDI is context dependency injection. It is a part of the Java specifications that we have, like Jakarta EE, Java EE, and even MicroProfile. And what does it allows us to do? With CDI, well, just a second, because my screen went, okay, good. So with CDI, we are able to have a well-defined life cycle for stateful objects. What are stateful objects? So as you know, we have the garbage collector that goes every now and then into the application, and I just clean the old objects, and you might just not have an instance of the object there when you need it. So what happens is that we might need stateful objects, something that will be there for a determined amount of time. And when you ask for it, you are able to get an instance of it. Maybe you don't need to recreate another instance every time you are asking for an object, right? So CDI can help us with that. There's many other features that comes with CDI, but basically we have well-defined lifecycle for stateful objects. Those life cycles are, let me grab my pointer. Okay. Those life cycles for stateful objects all belongs to a specific context. With this, we can create decoupled and flexible code. You will see how decoupled it can get, in the sense that you might inject an interface and the code knows exactly which type of class it should be creating an instance of. So it can get really decoupled. You can have events fired and triggering specific methods in your code. And I'm not talking about events like in Kafka, that is the most popular way of working with events these days, but we are talking about events that are fired within the application context itself. We can decorate the object, so we can, and what is decorate? We will see in action, but we can use annotation to add some extra metadata to these stateful beans. And yeah, using the events, as I said. So these are the most basic concepts we have to get started with. We have qualifiers, we have beans, scopes, and containers. The bean is the stateful object, okay? So a bean is a stateful object that is managed by a container. Each bean will live for the same duration as the scope that it's configured to. So we can have different types of scope, as we will see. A bean can be differentiated for other beans by using qualifiers. So let me repeat. The bean is a stateful object. It belongs and is managed by a container, I'm sorry. This bean, for how long will this bean live? It will live for the amount of time that is defined as its scope. And how do I differentiate it? Using qualifiers. This is the basic, most basic way we can start using CDI. You don't even need a runtime like Helidon or like an application server. You just need the SE container and you can get started playing with CDI. There are different scopes, including, for example, application scope, request scope, session scope, conversation scope, where, for example, if you have a request scope configured on your bean, the amount of time it will live in this, that it will be alive, will be during the life cycle of that specific request that created it. The same as for application, if you have something that can be reused in your application, as long as it's up and running, create it once and then reuse it whenever you need it, like an entity manager, for example. And you have the multiple qualifiers where the out-of-the-box ones are the default, any, and you can add custom qualifiers. How can you learn more about CDI? The specification documentation is very, very complete, and you can learn a lot of the details. So you don't need to go into the vendor's documentation to learn about CDI when you can learn from the source itself. So this is where you can get all the details about CDI, including about the new version of CDI, the new versions of CDI that are coming out. So on Jakarta EE 10 that is coming out soon, we will have, for example, the new CDI 4 that is coming out. How can I learn about it? Well, you can either watch talks online or look at the source itself. So let's see this in action. Otávio, you want to share your screen?
No.
Okay, so don't share it. Just talk without sharing and we can understand.
Okay, let's try this way. But anyway, let's share my screen right now. Please let me know when you're able to see my screen. So basically right now we're able to...
No, there's something in the middle. Take that out of the way. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Oops. Basically right now we're gonna cover more the topics and the highlights of CDI, okay?
Otávio, Just before you get started, the last time people were taking a lot of screenshots and just taking notes. So all the code that Otavio is going to create now, it's already on GitHub. So don't worry about it. We will share the link later. So he's going to do live coding, but just for the matter of better understanding.
Yeah. The core concept is there. Probably the samples will be a little bit different, right? But the core is there. Basically, what we have here is a plain Maven product with CDI. Remember, CDI is a specification. Therefore, any specification has three parts: the API, the specification, that is the documentation, and the TCK. API, specification, TCK. Based on those three ones, we're able to create a RI, there is a reference implementation. And CDI, the reference implementation is weld.
So the first question that people might ask is, why is it shaded?
It's a profile from the weld product itself, the implementation. It does not belong to a specification itself.
Yeah,
okay?
guys, notice something. We are not going to stop like, hey, do you have any questions? So drop your questions on the chat or open your microphone and ask the questions when you have it. That's how we like to lead it, to take it.
And the first point here is, let's create our first case. And as I said, anything higher than CDI 2.0, you are able to finally work with Java SE. So if you want to run a standalone application with Java CDI and Java SE, you are able to, because right now we have the SE container, as Karina said. So I have my SE container. Oops. I'm able to start with SE container initializer, and that is it. One good point is everything works in Java 8 or higher. So if you want to work with try with resource that belongs to Java 7, go for it.
Yeah, and if you're asking yourself, why have I never seen this before? Why have I never used this before in my life? Basically, because this is done under the covers by your application server or runtime or something like that. So it's doing this for you. So now you are seeing how things work for real.
Yeah, that's fun, right? Because by specification, any application should start with the public start void main. That includes the Java server itself. So Wildfly, any kind of application should have the public start void main to start, okay? Just because you don't see, that doesn't mean that it does not exist. But anyway, let's start our application, the basic one. So basically what I do have here is my container starting, okay?
So you created a new container so it can manage beans, okay?
That is it. The next step is to create my injection, right? So a container is useless if I don't have injection.
Otavio,
so
try to share your whole screen, because just like the last time, we see something in the middle when you try to autocomplete. Can you try to share the whole screen instead of sharing just the IDE?
I'm sharing the whole screen.
Really? Okay. Vehicle. Yeah, thank you.
Let me stop here, because I have two options. I have the option to show only the ID. Let me try this way.
Okay,
No?
so yeah, let's see if that happens, because you didn't do it this way, right? So let's see if that works. Can you try to do to autocomplete, just so I see?
Okay, container. I guess I'm not able to see the autocomplete, right?
Yeah, we can't see anything. So just remember that when you are explaining, okay?
Okay. But it's better or worse than the previous
Same
one?
stuff, we just can't read it anyway. So just go ahead.
Okay, let's show the ID anyway. So basically I have my container, and then I will create my interface. Just to start, I will put the transport here. There will be an interface where I have my move point. And then I have my car. And my car will implement these transports. So I will do the static void main. So the car is moving. And basically what I'm gonna do here, is inject the transport here. So basically I take the container, then select the bin by transport class, and then I did a get. Okay. So transport and then move, and the car hopefully will move. It's running, it's compile, and then it will be executing, and then as you can see, the car is moving.
So
for
for
sure,
those who are seeing this for the first time, Otavio, notice just a highlight. You see that he is asking the CDI container to inject an interface. This interface is implemented by the car class. So the container is able to understand what is the class that it can use to create a new object, and that is how it can create a new instance of that class for you, and then invoke the move method.
Yes, yes. Another point here that I usually like to say is, Otavio, can I inject the implementation stat? Yes, you can. Remember, we're talking about good code design. So if it doesn't make sense to use an interface, don't use the interface. Keep it simple, right? So it's the same idea. The point is, what happened if I have multiple vehicles? Okay. So I put a car, and then I'm able to put, I don't know, the boats, transport, and then I will implement the boats, moving by boats, and I have no idea about another one, plane. And then I will put the plane one here that I will also implement the transport. So moving by plane. The point right now is the magic, right? For sure, if I do the inject by car, it will only have one option, right? But imagine right now that I have a transport, and I want to inject here the one that I'd like to use. And at this moment, I need to teach. I need to say, hey guys, as you can see here, CDI has 3 options. I need to cheat the right one to CDI, right? So I need to say, hey CDI, please use this one instead, or hey CDI, explore this one. The idea here is to teach CDI to do this way, right? So what I'm gonna do is basically come here and then create an interface. So I will create my move annotation, right? This one here will be a little bit different because this one here will be the annotation with a qualifier. What does mean qualifier? I need to qualify or identify my implementation once I have multiple ones. So I will use the qualifier that belongs to CDI. I do orientation by runtime, and I need to define the target. So those two last one here does not belong to CDI but to Java itself. So I'm saying that it will be available to type, therefore the class, the method, and the fields, and whatever parameter. Okay. So right now I have my move, that is my qualifier, and I will create my transport type. So I will create my interface here, my enum, that is my transport type, where I have three options: move by water, move by ground, and move by air. Okay. So basically, I have those three options. That's awesome to you to explore. And I need to come here and define this little bit high here to say, hey guy, use me as a type. So I will create my transport type. I said my, where are you, transport type as a type. And basically what I'm gonna do, I'll come here to my boats.
Just a second, just a second. Can you go back to that interface? Oh, that class, yes. So for those who are new to Java, no, not this one, the one you created the annotation. So for those who are new to Java, this is how you create an annotation. You don't need to worry too much about this. What you need to understand is that Otavio is creating a custom annotation so that he can have a qualifier, a way to differentiate the beans. Okay, so he created an annotation that he will be able to use as at move, as you are going to see in a second.
So shall we?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I just did start import here. So thank you, Gordon, to explain. So right now I have my move, right? And then I will put the qualifier here. So right now I have my car. So I'm able to use my car by ground. Let's use the power of copy paste, right? Plane by air. And the last one is my boat, where I will travel by water, ocean, whatever. I usually don't have a good imagination, but think about right now. I will explore the vehicle service, where I will inject a class here. So I have my transport. I have two ways to use it. For example, if I want to, I'm able to use by constructor. Okay. And then I will do my public void move and then inject my, how can I say, my transport. Okay. Or you can inject by field. It's on you, but remember that we have multiple options. So we need to use the qualifier here. No, not the qualifier, but the move. And once we don't put any default value here in the annotation, I need to say each one I would like to use. So let's use the ground one. But it does not belong to Java, to CDI, but to Java itself. But if you want to define a one by default, you are able to use default here. So it's a trivial, right? So it's basically what I did was by default, it will be a ground one. So right now I'm coming here. I will use my vehicle service, where I have my service. And then I will inject and then move my vehicle. Okay.
Would you mind, while coding, minimize a little bit the terminal? So just it's better to see the code. Thank you. But when you are showing the execution, it's okay. Just people are asking for you to minimize the terminal when coding.
Okay. So what did I do? I have my vehicle service where I inject the transport, and then I use the qualifier to identify each one I'd like to use. So as you can see here, is the car, and I will put the water.
Let's
And
start. Let me try to understand this again. So let's roll back. Can you go to the main class?
Yes, yes.
So we are injecting a vehicle service, and then we are telling the service to move something. Now go to the vehicle service, please. Then on the vehicle service, the move method just calls the interface. Okay, the
Yes.
interface transport, and it tells whatever it is to move. And you are injecting, before this, you were injecting, you didn't specify the type. So can you explain us why it knew it had to inject a car? Because you didn't have the transport type, right? Just this, okay.
Yes, it belongs to Java itself, now the CDI. I just put here in the annotation the ground
Perfect.
as default.
So you have the default specified. So
Yes.
then you changed it to set the type that of the transport that you want to use. Okay, cool.
I put a boat, right? So
And
I put
then
water and then show a
type,
boat.
and then this transport type, if you go to the boat, can you open the boat, please?
Yes, yes.
So this is where it's set up. See, guys, so this is how it basically knows what to inject, all based on this qualifier.
Yes, you remember one thing that I forget, the context matter here. So what can I do is define the scope of any bean that I have. For example, I'm able to redefine it by request. For sure, it doesn't make sense, but by application scope. So the whole application will use just this vehicle here as a service. Also not using this, it will be a depend one. So it will depend who will inject this person or this being here. So Otavio, you showed me because I able to use a vehicle here. Where are you, the vehicle service? But is there one way to define a default if without qualifier? Yes, if I want to, you are able to come here, put a qualifier and a default one. This way, hopefully, it will inject both. So as you can see, the car is moving. And yes, I can put the qualifier with the scope. So I can define this person here, the qualifier. So if I want to come here and put a getter and come here and inject my transport, I able to do the value is the same, and then you do the transport. No, this one here, transport service get transport, and then execute. Hopefully, I'm doing it right because there is a proxy around. And as you can see, the transport that I inject and then transport that I did the get transport, will be the same. If I decide you don't have it, it was a car, right? It's a car. Yeah, it's a car. And execute again, it will depend. So it will return false. Why? Because once are requested twice and it has no scope, it will create twice the same bean. So remember, the scope and the context when you talk about design codes and this kind of thing matters a lot. Okay. And I have my transport here, but what happened if I wish to, let me think, have more option here? Like, okay, I want to see the whole transport option that I have here. So what can I do? I'm able to use the instance. So I have the transport, several transport here. I will inject. In this case, my qualifier will be any because I want to inject any transport that I have available here. So as you can see, the CDI has some qualifiers. By default, your transport is both. So default in any. And then what can I do is, let's create here my public void move all. It is instance is here we are able to use the string, right? So this transport string, then for it transport, and then move, and I will return to my app here, and then move all. I will delete this line here and then execute again. Let's increase the console to make everybody happy. And as you can see, I inject the vehicle service, and then I run the move all. That basically take the whole options or the whole flavors available about transport and move out to us. Okay, is there any question about it? I'm able to move a next step.
So far, no questions. As far as I've seen here.
Okay, okay. So let's create a new one here. Let's create a second app. So what we talked about was, okay, right now we are able to use annotations, implementations. If I have multiple implementations, for example, think about a finance where I have multiple options to payments, right? Credit card, PayPal, debit card, transfer, and whatever. You're able to have an interface and then inject by CDI. Or when you talk about persistence layer, we usually related that with repository, right? Your client just want to know that they have implementation, but they will usually work with the interface or the abstraction layer, exactly like we did here. So if you are a developer, most of the senior ones or architects, you are able to create a nice design to make easier to a junior work in the enterprise application with that. Okay, let's move on to the next one. The next step is, okay, Otavio, you talked about the easiest parts, interface implementation or the concrete class. But how about I do have some, I don't know, some object that I need to inject on my side. For example, I want to, okay, initializer here, 1 second, initialize. I want to teach CDI to inject some value that does not belong to myself. I want to teach CDI to inject or to create, I don't know, a big decimal, so, or a string. So I want to teach CDI to inject a string for me. So not you, but get, and then string text. So basically, the text from CDI. I run this code here. Oh, I always forget to increase the console. Sorry. I will do better again next time. So basically, if I try to do, they won't find a producer, right? So what I'm gonna do, I need to teach CDI to use producer. So producer, I will create my text producer. And the beauty is I'm able to hide on the package, so nobody's able to inject this producer. I will to define the scope, so I can use request, application, whatever. Also, I'm not in the server application. I don't have requests. I will put the application scope, and then I will teach CDI to return this text here. I will put wake up Karina Varela. So basically what I want to do, I want to say, hey CDI, if somebody requests a string, return this person to me. So if you are familiar with Spring, it will be like configuration notation combined with bean annotation. So right now we use the produce annotation. See, the semantic here in the specification is more close with what we want to do. So right now we teach CDI to return a text from. So right now the text from CDI is wake up Corina Varela. And imagine right now that we are working with containers, with connections, and sometimes it's not okay to wait from a junior developer to close a connection. Come on, man, you need to close a connection to every request. You were able to, for example, define a scope here, so application scope. You were able to also to teach how to kill the object. So in this case here, have my text. I will use this event here, I dispose, and then I will kill this text message. So I will create and then I will destroy.
I'm sorry, yeah, this is a nice way for us to help CDI doing what it needs to do, because it has the well-defined life cycle for these beans, and we can teach it what it should do with this type of object when it needs to be destroyed. So if you want to close a connection or anything like that, this is a nice way of doing it.
Yeah, so right now we have one way. I put application scope to here. It's got an error because we're not able to do a proxy here because string is a final class, okay? Just why. Is a multiple class as well. But anyway, I created wake up Corina and then I queue the text message, wake up Corina. And we're able to do even more. So imagine right now that I have my favorite, it's my favorite sample. I'm able to do a text service, right? Where I have my logger. And I will inject the logger here. I will inject the text here. Action. And then what I'm gonna do, let's put log action. I will use the logger if logging the text. So basically I will inject two objects that have no idea where this does come from as a user, but I need to teach CDI how to do it, right? Otherwise it will become hard to CDI to identify what's going on. So to make it possible, I will create my logger producer. So I will come here. It's my favorite sample of CDI, by the way, logger producer. It usually changes the sample. As you can see here, I'm hiding by package. So explore the encapsulation in your design code. If you have this option, explore. Application scope it. I will create a logger. Final logger here, logger. Just to show to you what's going on here. And then I will teach TDI to, okay, create a logger to me. But I want to do even more. I want to know who is requesting this logger to create a cluster logger to this class, right? With CDI, I do have this option with the injection point. IP, and I will take the declaring class and then injection point. I will get the member who is injecting, the declaring class, and the name. I will logger this information here. So creating instance log2 declaring class to finally logger and declaring class. So I will create a logger exclusively to the stack service. Or yes, if I want to have more people using this logger, I just need to inject. The highlight here is, to me, it doesn't matter. I will log. If this logger will go to Elasticsearch, Kibana, whatever, to me, it's just a log. Okay. To the client who want to log, it will log. Or you're able to use like distributed log or something like that. Okay. So I will inject my text service by my container, text service, and then I will, oops, not your container. And then I will use the log. Hopefully it will work, right, Karina? Who knows? So as you can see, I kill Karina twice. Unfortunately, just visually. Oh, it was a terrible joke. Sorry. No violence, please. And I did the log here. So I did, as you can see here, I did the login text service, this class here, and I created a class to, as you can see, the text service. So I able to teach CDI how to create and produce something or even destroy. Is there any question? Let me check here. And they're able to go to more complex samples.
So far, so good. What do you want to show us next? Is it events or?
I enjoy the event because, okay, somebody's coming. Let admit here. I enjoy the event because they're able to explore more options.
Yeah.
And I love object, especially because a lot of people say, no, it's old fashioned. No. Indeed, we usually see people doing it correctly. If you explore the object oriented in your code, it will be much easier. There are several articles that talks about it. So if nobody is hard to understand your code, maybe the problem is not the paradigm itself. Maybe it's between the notebook and the chair. But anyway, let's imagine one example, Corinne, that I enjoy too. Let's think about a journalist who needs to send message to several news, right? So I will create my news domain here. Okay, my news. I will create my class news. Ada. Sorry. It's basically one class with no imagination, public finding news. It will be a supplier of string. As I said, no imagination on it. We'll make it immutable, so private string final news, and then I will create a constructor here, and then I will implement this method here, and then I will do the get. If I wish, I do the equals hash code. Thanks to my favorite IDE, it will be for free, right? I don't need to spend too much time on it. I will do the hash code. No, not you. And then I will do my toString. So basically what I do have here is a news. And I have several people who will, okay, I have my news. I have my journalists who will send the news to us, right? Who will send the news to everybody. And also I have my news void receive, it will receive a news. they need to share the news to more people. So I will save some time with my copy-paste power here, baby. But anyway, I will delete here. I will have my journalist, no, from container. Come on, Tavio. Select journalist class. So I have my news. So my news is Karina Varela is here. That's awesome news, right? So right now we have a news, but the journalist is nothing if I don't have the media to consume that news, right? So I do have, I don't know, newspaper, who will consume what? Consume news, news, consuming news from newspaper, newspaper, Otavio, come on. And then my news, I'll just ring but the cat. So what do I need to do here? I need to come here, private, private, newspaper, then I do the inject here, and then news, consume news, right? So I have a news. Let's execute this beautiful guy here.
Wait. So go back, please.
Yes, I do.
So the journalist, when the journalist receives a news, this person, the newspaper should publish the news that was received by this journalist.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Let's put publishing. Thank you. It's a better word then. So imagine right now that I have more ones. So newspaper, social media,
Twitter,
whatever, magazine, and so on, right? So what's the issue that I'm facing right now?
Typo, magazine.
Magazine.
On the sysouts.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you. So right now, if I do this way to every new one, I need to include a new person here. So I need to come here and then put a newspaper and then put social media and then put whatever. It's clearly broke the open and close principle because it's open to change, right? It should be open to be accessible and close to change. So I should not change any code here. So what else I can do to make it possible to a journalist publish the news to the medias if without change here every single time that I need to include a new one, right? What can I do? It's using the observer partner. And with CDI, I have it for free. So I have my event here from CDI. That is my event. No, sorry, my news. And I will, for an event, to publish the news. So right now, my journalist has no idea what's going on to people who will receive the news. What I need to do is to make sure that everybody will observe these events. How? Using the observes annotation. So I need to do the something from here, and somebody here from social media. So right now, when I run, hopefully it will work. Who knows, right? As you can see, I published the news from newspaper, from magazine in newspaper again. Probably I miss around
Yeah, just
some.
a type on this is out on social media.
Okay, thank you. And let's run again to show that I'm not hiding anything. I just forget to, to do it correctly. But the whole point here is right now, I'm able to put more consumers if doubt my journalists know. Right now, I'm able to use the solid principle. So it's open close right now. Is there any question or so far so good? And you're able to do it with several cases. For example, finance, when I have an e-commerce, or somebody bought some products, able to set events through for an event, for an email, or register one bill ticket, or to start a process to whatever, to the logistics system and so on.
Yeah, so basically we are able to do like we have an event, and when we fire this event, everyone that is observing that can react. So you can implement decoupled code in this way. That is pretty interesting.
Yes, we're able to also to copy paste. Where are you? You are able to do it asynchronously. So I did a file and I did a file async, right? And to observe this event, you need to use the observes async. So right now, it will observe this event in a different thread. So if I come here, the thread name, the thread, current thread, the name, let's put a different one here from magazine, just to show executing. As you can see, one will run in the main one because it's synchronous, and the asynchronous one will have a different thread, a specific thread to run if you wish to. Okay.
Is that reactive programming?
Oh no, it's no. It's a huge discussion about the reactive programming. If you look to the reactive partner, there are some articles, patterns. You're able to see a lot of people just say, okay, the reactive is basically a fancy observer or an observer with more options. So I don't want to go deep on this discussion right now, but it needs to have more layers. Remember, reactive is not related to be synchronous or asynchronous. It's to have a reaction or be an observer or something like that. I do something and then I will do another thing. Okay, so far so good. No questions? No? Okay. Remember, we're gonna have
An exercise
about it. So please, if you have questions, let me know. The
or
next
during
one,
the lab too. Maybe questions will come up during the lab execution, right?
hopefully. Let's go to the next one where I will explain the decorator. Sometimes, I said sometimes, we know that, right? So it's better to use componentization than explore the extent heritage way, right? So that's the effective Java set, and that we usually do. So what I'm gonna do today, well, sorry, right now, I will explore the decorator. So I have my package here. Let's create decorator. So right now, I will have a worker.
Can you minimize the terminal, please? Thank you.
Yes, I do. Thank you to remembering me this point. And this worker is basically an interface where I have my string, my work, and my job. And I do have my, oh, no Kotlin today, programmer who implements this worker. And once it will receive the job, it will convert code into cough.
It's the opposite.
Sorry, say again.
Coffee into code.
Coffee into code. Yeah, you're right. Coffee into code. Oh yeah, to E. To do this job. So right now I have this job option here. And let's run this code. So let's copy paste again. But this time, instead of journalist, we will inject the worker. Just a single button. And then I run.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah. I will forget to put results someplace. The result. Let's be run again. So it will run. As you can see, I'm using Java 17. So it will convert coffee into code to do this job. It's just a single button. But imagine right now that I want to erase or to optimize this behavior of this worker. If you don't know who is this person, for example, a manager. As a manager, I need to check what's going on and then delegate to the worker. Okay, so I will create my tech lead. I will have my worker. I will inject. Basically, it will decorate, right? So I will delegate my worker to, I can use filter, default, whatever. But in this case, I want to, whatever worker I want to. Remember, I'm able to use qualifier here. So if I have a worker, and in this case, he is a tech lead, I'm able to create a qualifier only to IT worker or something like that. Is complaints about the decorator here. And if you say CDI, I'm talking about decorator here. Please pay more attention.
Delegate is an annotation that is a decorator, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I will use my worker. So that is a tech lead. I will delegate. But work the job. And then I will use that. Then I need to define priority. So I'm able to have one or more delegate. In this case here, we use the default one, that is interceptor.
So basically you're trying to create an abstraction layer for the way you are going to execute a work so that we don't need to worry about who's executing it. And then in the tech lead, you are delegating who's actually doing the invocation, like this actual work. So if the tech lead is injected, he's going to delegate the work to the worker, for example, the operation to the worker. Is that it?
Yes, exactly. It's a wrapper, right? Decorator is a wrapper. So as you can see here, let's increase the console. The result, that is a tech lead. I will delegate to who? It will convert coffee into code to do the job in the job itself. Otávio, I'm not familiar with decorator. If you look in Java itself, the Java API, the integer is on wrapper or a delegator. As you can see here, is basically attend a value somewhere. Here, where are you? Where I have my value here. That's basically an int. So basically, my integer is a sample of decorator. You're able to do that to do any kind of validation or increase any kind of behavior that you wish, or this kind of solution. Okay. Also, I'm talking about decorator. You're able to do something even more stronger. That is the interceptor. Let's increase the side again. What do I mean about interceptor? Basically, I was able to create an annotation, and based on this annotation, I able to check some behavior or do something around. So if you're familiar with in Spring, it might be looks like the cuts from aspect-oriented application program. So audited, I will create this package here. I will create the timer annotation. That is my timer annotation. It will be interceptor binding. Interceptor binding that I will show you why later. This one here, as I said, belongs to the Java itself. So it's method, it is type, one to the method, another one to the class itself. And the intention will be to runtime. So I have my annotation. So basically what I want to do, I have no idea. So Karina supplier. Yes, I don't have enough imagination, sorry for that. So I will implement a supplier here, string, and then I will producing Karina, and then I will do what you say in Brazil, that is a gambiarra.
A workaround.
A workaround, thank you, where I will put a time unit here to delay the response time. Let's say for 3 seconds. Please, giants, don't do that in production. So I just did a 3 here. I will copy paste. And then I will do my Karina supplier.
It's impossible to have a Karina supplier. There is only one Karina in the world like me, Mr. Otávio Santana.
Who knows? Who knows?
Who
Karina.
knows?
The result. And then let's execute. Imagine that we have a process that we have no idea how long it's going to take, right? It's happened sometimes. So I'm waiting, and the result was Karina. So right now I want you, okay, I want to use the timer here to have some idea about how long does it take to execute Karina, because Karina is too slow. Yes, maybe because she does not drink our coffee today.
Yeah, I need to drink my coffee.
So I'm gonna do my timer interceptor. Okay. Hopefully it does not have any
Especially
typo
for
here.
consultants who need to troubleshoot. Hey, just take a look at this.
Yeah. So basically, I have my
of tracking the latency there.
Yeah, you can do several things. For example, imagine that we want to intercept any transaction, and to any rollback you want to do something. You are able to do that with interceptor. So I have my timer. I define this one here is an interceptor, and I need to define my priority. Interceptor priority application. I will create my logger here. Final logger, and then do the logger, and too many loggers. Or should I use just the, I forget about. And right now, I have my method. So public object, because I don't want to handle what we return. Audit method or timer. And if you have the invocation context or something around that, invocation context. I don't remember the method right now. I guess it's over invocation. No. Invocation context here. Context. And I will do this terrible job, right? So I do the throw exception because I don't want to handle any exception. I like to say, hey, around the invoke. So as you can see, I have the around construct, around timeout, around.
We cannot see. No, we cannot see, but okay.
Oh, yeah, around invoke. But if I want, I have more around construct.
We have many ways to intercept this.
Yes, that's the point. So what I'm gonna do, I have my start. I know there is several nice ways to do it, but
indentation for what, right? We don't need indentation in this code.
yes, but anyway, I have my object that will be my result. So I will execute. So execute this method to me. Then I have my end, that is this one here. We start, and then I have my logger. No way, you come on. The time to execute is the method. Okay, let's use, I hate to use this, but let's use the string format. The time to execute the method. That, by the way, they will work in the class. The method is of millis. So what I need to do is string format. Oh, I really hate to do that. So I have my context here, my context, and then the target who is invoking, and the class. Okay, then I have my context, the method, and finally I have my end. Hopefully I did it correctly. So the message and then the result. Okay, so what did I do? I took the around invoke. Why? Because I will manage the invocation of the method. So I took the method, I start the timer, I took the context to execute this method, put the end, put that information in the log, imagine whatever you want. And then I will execute. Hopefully it will work. If not, we do have the sample. Interceptor here. As you can see, the time to execute in the class Karina supplier, the method Karina supplier dot cat is 3000 milliseconds, right? So it shows that the time unity works as well. Let me see if I forget the basic one. So we saw.
No, I think these are nice ways to see the power of CDI, and a pretty good example of how just by using like specification, the implementation, the capabilities provided by implementations of the CDI spec, you are able to deliver already a lot of functionalities to your code. Notice also that we will use CDI on the upcoming topics a lot. So all of these we will assume that you kind of understand what is going on underneath the covers. So also we want you to know what is coming from Helidon, what is coming from MicroProfile, what is coming from just CDI itself, okay? So with this, I think we have a good understanding of what is the power of CDI. Otávio, I think you can stop sharing for a minute. And is this just Weld JBoss CDI, what you are showing to us, right? Is it a framework by itself?
It just, well, no, it is a specification plus the implementation.
So but he's showing CDI, the powers of the specification capabilities through the reference implementation that occurs to be Weld.
Yes, right, but if you want to change to Apache Open Web Beans or the whatever you want to be able to change if without any impact in your code because they're not using anything else. But for sure, any vendors has your custom or utilitarian class. So Weld has the Weld glue to make easy to you to test class with CDI.
Yeah, basically you need to understand that the specification tells like, these are the capabilities that we need you to deliver. And these are the rules, okay? These are the rules. And then the implementations come, implement the basics and some extra stuff. Everything that Otávio has shown is all based on the spec. So you could change the vendor, the implementation without having to change the code. Is that clear, Vladimir? URL that I'm sharing on the chat. You should be able to see this page that I'm sharing right now, which is basically a website that we use to make things easier for attendees to go through the exercises. You will have an environment setup in case you were not able to finish your setup as of now. So there's information here on how you can finish the setup of the environment. Helidon provides us a Helidon CLI that is not needed for any of the labs actually, but if you want to try it, you will not need it for the CDI one, but for the upcoming tests, the upcoming labs, you might use it if you want to try it out. So the lab that we want you to try right now is this lab context and dependency injection, the number 3. So it has a set of instructions on how you can implement a lot of the capabilities that Otávio has shared with you. And it will all start with the foundation that I asked you to foundation project that I asked you to clone earlier today. So we will give you some time to work on this exercise. And in order to know how things are going, I will share a link so you can let us know how is the progress of your lab. Just let us know, just vote up there. And as we see that more people are finishing the labs than people are in progress or stuck, we should be able to move forward with the upcoming topics, okay? After this, we're going to start talking about MicroProfile and CDI. Oh, MicroProfile and Helidon. So let us know also if you have any questions, just type it on the chat or just share it by opening your microphone. We will be here while you are doing the labs. In case you need anything, just let us know, okay?
Okay, quick question. In the section 1.2, the prepare your working directory is the same that you already shared, right?
Exactly, perfect.
Okay. Okay.
You mean this one? Yeah, that's it. That's the same thing.
No, the 1.2, the first in the first page. That one. The last.
Yes, same stuff that you
okay.
done earlier.
Okay, got it. For the version of the microprofile, it's okay the last one or following the instructions to select 3.3?
It's the CDI lab, so you don't need microprofile for this. It's this one. And also the latest version, if you are trying the next lab, you will see that even if you select the last one, there's no Helidon available for that one. So if you look here at my screen, I'll select the latest version, so you don't have Helidon there, even if you wanted to use it. So yeah, but as of now, you won't need to worry about this lab here. You will have time to try other labs later. Okay, but you are free to do it all if you want to, okay?
Okay, thank you.
For those who are joining later, we are working on the exercise. Let me put it also on that page. So we are working on this lab number 3 on this link here that I'm sharing again on the chat. And you can try the CDI lab on your machine now. And you can let us know your progress as you move forward on this second link that I have shared, so we can better track when to start the next topics.
Karina, are you doing that just using Google Presentation?
Of course not. That's another service. Yeah, we used to use another one in the past, Otavio, but I don't remember the name of the service. So let me test another one before I share with the attendees. I found it. I found the one we used to use in the past. So let me create the pool again. Okay, cool. So guys, our friend Logan and also Vladimir, oh no, it's just Logan. He shared that it's not possible to change the answer of this pool. So I'm going to use another service that I finally could find again. This is the one we always used in the past, so I'm glad I actually could find it again. So let me share the link with you. Please let us know as you finish. I saw that we had 11 people, I think, or 10 people in progress. So I have shared the link to Slido. We are going to use this one until the end of the enablement now. I don't plan to change it again, so sorry about it. And let us know your progress so we can have so we can plan the return.
Nice, guys. Really, it's an important moment to you practice what you've seen. mostly because, again, we were left with two things. First, the networking, and the second one with the main idea what's going on. And just listening to or just uh, watching, it's not enough. If you can practice, please do it. Sorry, I don't follow Caesar. What do you mean? You were able to use double? Ah, okay. I know, it's a terrible joke. Sorry. Hopefully Karin is not here to...
I am. Okay.
Karina, by the way, do you know why vampires are terrible product manager?
No, why?
Because they hate stakeholders.
Oh my gosh. That was a good one, actually.
Yes. Right now I become a third joke polyglot. And that's even worse because I use podcasts to learn this kind of thing. So I have that joke in Italian, French, Spanish, and English right now.
Which error do you get, Ezekiel?
Well, I am just adding the dependency in the POM, but the IDE is sending me an error for the variable.
Let me share my screen. Karina, do you mind?
No, yeah, go ahead.
So basically what I do have here is basic ops.
There's something still in the way of that.
Oh, yes.
Exactly.
It's basically this. And my resource has the BXML. And that is it. Resource.
Can you check if it is?
Met-inf,
Yeah,
BXML.
can you check if you have two? It's set 2 times in the POM. Maybe I'm asking you to add again something that is already in there.
But it's really simple product. It only has one dependency.
So if that's an issue with the instructions, I will get that addressed. Let me know if it is already there, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah, one thing that I guess we forgot to say, Karina, was about the Big Bang, right? If you took the latest version of CDI, you might see the difference between the package. So in my code, you saw the JavaX. And if you took the latest version, we were able to see Jakarta instead. Why we using JavaX for a while? Because we are gonna use Helidon that still use the microprofile 3.1, 3.1, 3.2, 3. Whatever. I don't remember the exact number right now. That's still using Jakarta before the Big Bang.
Yes, I saw the error. Sorry for that. My bad.
No, please explain us. What did you do?
No, the problem is that I was working in the demo folder instead of the CD lab. So that's the reason that the POM was not matching.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. I mean, you're welcome to yourself, right? You solved.
Okay, guys. So I'll give you a couple more minutes, and while that is during these couple more minutes, I will ask you, ask those who already finished or who are planning to do this later on, to reply yet to another poll. So just a second, let me finish setting it up.
I have one question. Is there any preference on whether producers should be static or class methods?
I'm sorry, can you ask it again?
Yeah, I'm wondering, I'm checking on the exercise. I was just tinkering with the application and the CDI lab. I'm checking that the application tree, it's a basic example of producers, right? And I'm seeing that the producer method for big decimals is an instance method instead of a class method. Is there any preference on whether we should be preferring instance methods or just static methods?
Okay, let me check the code right now.
Want to share your screen, Otavio? And for those who are on the Slido, let me know your thoughts there. I'll stop sharing in the for now. So
Let me share my screen. So yes, okay, right now I will see my screen. So my produce is the one here, right?
Yeah.
So our saying is the difference if I do, oops, something like this, right? So I have my private string text Karina, and then just make it available to CDI.
it's always me.
I don't have a good imagination, sorry. So they ask the question is what the difference about those?
Not necessarily. I mean, I see the benefit of what you're showing here. In this case, your text producer will be a long-lived bean, which will be lived through the entirety of your application. So in this case, through this bean, you will be able to access the attribute text and use that to produce strings, in this case, get text, right? The question was mostly oriented to, if we make this method static, the get text one, is there any benefit or is there any guidance that we should take on, yeah, you should prefer these ones instead of the other ones?
The static belongs to the class itself, right? It's more Java management than CDI itself. To be honest with you, I'm not sure if it does work.
It does.
It does?
I just tested it, yeah.
Oh, nice. But it's more, the point here is I need to move everything to belong to the class itself, okay? As any kind of complex discussion depends where you mean. Because when you do by static, you mean the JVM will hold the whole life cycle for you instead of CDI. Because it's static. What I do have on my mind here is more free for you to decide than anything else. For example, imagine right now that I do have a complex object like person Karina. Let's promote Karina to a person instead of one string.
No, I'm not a string anymore.
So I have a string here, name Karina, and oops. I was on one. Oh, I lost my keyboard battery. Come on.
Awesome, very
Perfect
good.
timing.
Perfect timing. Yes. Let's type here.
In the meanwhile, yeah, please make sure you vote. Otherwise, we will take into consideration the opinion of those who voted only, okay?
Yeah, hopefully you vote to have lunch time because I need to go to the market to buy some batteries. So imagine right now that I have this int here.
Oh my gosh, you do need the batteries. You can't even type on that keyboard.
Yeah, my notebook keyboard is terrible. And actually, I guess I have one here. 1 second. Karina, please tell us some joke while I'm solving it.
I don't know any jokes.
Come on.
Yeah, I don't, unfortunately. But yeah, I see you have age in there. That's a tricky one. I hope you don't ask my age to use in there.
Okay.
You can just use 19. That's a good age.
Okay, so I have age, right? And I will vet it to portability to CDI created by new class. So what can I do? I will do I have person here like Karina, right? What can I do? If I put a static, I need to create this instance from Java perspective itself. So I need to do a new person here and something like this. So imagine that I have a person builder here, and I need to inject this person to create Karina. If I have a static, I'm not able to do it. So let's create a class here. So implements supplier. So new person where I have Karina. Okay, I guess I make you happier this way. And no, related to name, and then age. So right now I have this person here, and basically I'm able to choose the get here. But once I'm using static, I'm not able to inject it by CDI, but the JVM itself. If I do have this option, what can I do instead is to use a builder here and using this inject to create Karina, for example, to more complex one. Or what can I do? I have a person, and I have my init where using CDI, I'm able to use the post construct or inject to create the Karina here. Oops. So if you're not using static, if you're not using static, you are able to explore more the CDI with injections or create class to do a builder or do this kind of thing. If you do a static,
yeah, it really limits the options of CDI,
yeah,
right?
it's limit the option of CDI.
It.
So I don't remember which one I have with string here. By the way, I can create another one because I don't have a good memory. Sorry, guys. So right now I will inject person, and then let's do a toString here because I'm lazy. And supply, I will put Karina instead. And then I will execute. And hopefully with this crazy thing that I did, it won't got an exception. Where are you? Text service. Yeah, let's check what did I did wrong here. Oh yeah, the injector here. I need to do remove some things. But the whole point here, okay, I need to find each one right now. Text producer, closer. Okay, I could be smart. I just could create a key. Okay, anyway. I just put the producer here to Karina and have more options, more flavors to explore more with this. So imagine my builder has more dependence. I'm able to handle that if I don't do using the JVM scope itself. But it depends. I mean, there's no right or wrong answer or any kind of situation like this.
Yeah, it's just depending on which application you want to give it, right?
Yes,
but generally, or as a rule of thumb, if you want to exploit the benefits of CDI, it's better to use instance method instead of class methods.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. And if you take a look in several new discussions, you might be some discussing about the singleton pattern from Goff, right? The King of War. And the people usually say that the singleton one is deprecated because right now we have the power of the context dependency injection. That's why.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, cool. I see the voting. People are.
So right now I don't need the battery. So if you want, we can go deeper in MicroProfile if you wish, and then have a stop.
Yeah, let's see how the voting goes. So, oh my gosh, you love that, right? So, who's gonna be the one that is going to fix that? I cannot have 50-50.
Ambiguous exception. We need to have someone to be the qualifier.
Exactly.
Okay, Google, toss a coin.
Oh no, look at that. You're playing with us. Okay.
After, okay, let's move for it.
Yeah, they're playing with us. They're just doing like 50 and then matching and then matching and matching.
So, sorry, Karina and Natalia, could you send me the link for this?
For the voting?
No.
Yeah. Thank you, Otavio.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate that.
Every time that wish.
You just want to play with us also. Huh? So, okay. I'll give 30 seconds to wrap up the voting. 30 seconds, now 20 seconds to wrap up the voting. 15, time is almost over. Okay, so during the microprofile content, we will also cover a little bit on the differences on what it means to do native compilation, and you can see how it looks like. And yeah, just some more information there. Oh, are you kidding me, guys? Okay. You actually voted after the timeout. So you're just changing that voting. I'm wrapping it up.
No, it's fair.
I'm wrapping up right now. Let me close
No,
it.
there is no way.
Okay.
You need to understand the democracy around it, Karina.
It's done. So
come on.
We are having the break
the
now.
next sample, I will put you with 100 years old.
And I replying to the 2 questions that we had in there. So one of as requested on the chat. So let me just make sure I will have my screen sharing proper. So before I start the presentation also. Okay, so
yeah, we can see the screen.
This is what we have. So for those who finished the lab, you could see that we have 2 questions during the lab. One is this. So when we testing the code, so in one time we ask CDI to bring the instance of the vehicle, and the other time we ask the CDI to bring a car. So why does it return the same object? And the second question is, when we change the application scope, why does it retrieve a different thing? So let me share my screen so we are on the same page. Oh, share my ID, sorry. So for the first one, let me do this. So for the first thing, and so the first time we inject a vehicle, we are asking CDI the following thing. Hey, CDI, do you have any vehicle around? If so, please bring it up to me. If not, please create a new one. So on the first time, it won't find anything. So it will create a new car. on the second time, when we say, hey, CDI, do you have any car around? If so, bring it up. If not, create a new one. It should have the same, it should bring the same instance. So let's see that, the test. So running, we see that, oops, wait. So let me have the car application scope. Okay, opa, not this. So let me run this again. So is it the same vehicle? Yes, it is, because the scope is set to application scope, and we have CDI returning an existing instance. Then we go to the next question, that is, if I comment this, like what is going to, and then there is one of the questions that was shared is, what is the default scope? The default scope is dependent as far as I am aware. And when we comment the application scope of this car, we will see that once I try to inject the vehicle and the car, it will bring me two different instances. So when I try to execute the app again, it will say that it's not the same vehicle. So Otávio, do you, okay, could you help me out on this one? Because I forgot the actual reason why I had the answer on my head, but I forgot it. So I am injecting the instance of the, I am injecting the interface, then the car. And when I don't have the application scope, when I have the default one that is dependent, it actually doesn't return the same instance.
Why? Because the scope, right? Because if you have application scope, it's basically a singleton that will start lazily.
Yeah, but on the dependent one, if I had like dependent, then it would inherit the one of this execution. So why isn't it the same still? Since I'm using the main method, like it's on the same thing, like same method even.
Yeah, but as you can see here, we have the container, right? And then select, and then the get. The get one, okay, I forgot to explain about the CDI injection. But basically, the get means create.
Yeah.
If does not exist.
Yeah.
So it will create if doc exists.
Yes.
And once the application has application scope, it will keep the one to the whole application.
So here, if I change to dependent, once this finishes, it's not going to still keep the car in the scope, in the context?
No, it's gone.
Okay. I see. So that's the, yeah, here, when
That's
we're
also,
running in the,
we had a discussion before, right? The main difference between the static and the scope, or use some CDI scope. So we have more options that include the scope, the life scope of these beans.
Yeah, I know. But here, when we are using the dependent scope, we are inheriting this application, this
No,
class.
you're not. You're not.
So what are we inheriting then?
Remember, line 16, you are creating a new one.
A new instance or a new context? No, just a new instance. I have the
A new
context.
instance, yes.
New
You're not using like app one private field inject. You are literally creating a new one.
Let me just do one small test here.
What you can do if you wish,
yeah,
is one second. Take a look in the get method. As you can see, there is a documentation. And basically the bean is a provider. So why not there's no source for you? Please download the source. That's included the documentation itself.
Is it this one?
Yeah, so basically it will provide to you. So It's not on the field like you do have with the person service. You are literally create a new one
A
using
new
the
instance
provider,
of car. Yeah,
a new instance of car.
I understand that. The only thing that is not clear is in the dependent scope, why is it ignoring that is a car already in the context?
Because it depends. Do you mind if I show my scope?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's share my class here. Where share screen? Where are you? Here you go. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So it's a huge difference between the inject here, where the scope is dependent, and the injection here. Why? Because I will create it once. So it will inject here and done. So my life cycle will depend on this class life cycle.
Yes.
And on the other hand, I'm not injecting an object here. I'm requesting a new object. What does that mean? I'm doing, hey, provider, provides to me a Karina supplier.
So it's different when we do this get and when we do the at inject.
Yes, because we are basically provide to me. And if the first step is I will take a look in the scope. Though the scope is application scope, if not, I will provide a new one.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you, Otavio. Do you understand also, guys, or is it not clear for you? Yeah,
Let's show
but
the
when
code
we,
here.
Max,
So for example, the get.
Just one thing, Otavio. Max, when we don't define the scope, we are saying that it's on the scope dependent. This is the default scope, dependent. This is the default one when you don't declare it.
Yes, it depends on the injection. So basically what you do is this thing here. We are doing the get. So the get will take the bin and then get the instance. So basically it will take a look. The thread local stack reference here is to one implementation to check the thread stuff. So basically each thread has a name. So you probably know the thread local. But the whole point here is I will check if there is the instance. If not, I will create. So at the end, the weld is basically a huge hash map by instance where it has several logic. Okay.
Awesome. So I think that with this, we have not only saw all the capabilities that are offered by CDI, but also had a chance to see it by ourselves. So with that, let's move forward.
Again, that's the beauty of open source, right? So you have a question, let's go check the code. And one good point, you probably saw that every single time that I have an interface and then I do toString on the CDI, we're able to see the proxy, right? It's basically because by default, if you check look in the provider class, the idea is to be a lazy one. So you try to delay the creation as much as possible. Does that answer your question? No, yes, maybe.
Okay, yes. Sorry, I was on mute. So thank you so much, Otavio. Yes, they are saying that it's clear. And thank you also for reminding me of the reason. It's been a while since I wrote this lab, so sorry about that. So, okay, so let's talk about cloud native. I think that with this, we were able to learn the capabilities of CDI and CD.
Do you mind if I show a little bit one more thing?
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead. Let me stop sharing.
The huge complexity here is this little thing here. As you can see here, I have my abstract CDI where I have my computing cache. That's basically a map that I said to you. So basically, the context is handled by map. Okay. I remember that we have a couple seniors here, so you probably know the thread name, the thread local. The idea is to work exactly with that. So if it's application scope, instead of create a new one, I will keep this one. If it is a request scope, I will check the name of the thread. If it's different, I will create a new one. And I'm able to also create a custom scope, but we won't cover today because it will be one single class only about it. But the whole point that I'd like to explain is if you don't request a scope like dependent, it will create a new one. It should create a new one. If you don't, it is wrong from the specification definition and shall not pass on the TCK.
Okay. All right, let's move forward. Let's talk about cloud native services. Okay. All right, so what is a cloud native service? Well, we have seen that cloud services, like the cloud definition, varies from vendor to vendor, as the same things happen with the cloud native concept. Cloud native is mostly what, as far as we have seen so far, used for marketing perspectives. But there is some type of agreement, even though there is a not well-established definition, like a single phrase that can be used, that is well-established across everyone. So let's take a look at some of the concepts here. We see that, for example, for Pivotal, cloud native is an approach to building and running applications that exploit the advantages of cloud computing model. So the details of that, well, then we can see on one of the books of PACT, the following definition. Cloud natives is the different way of thinking and reasoning about software system. Wow, it's philosophy. It embodies the following concepts: powered by disposable infrastructure composed of bounded scales globally, of bounded what? Something is missing here. It can scale globally and embraces disposable architecture. All right. Then for this article on InfoWorld, in general use, cloud native is an approach to building and running an application that exploits the advantages of cloud computing, similar to the one we've seen before. And it's about how applications are created and deployed, not where. So does it need to be on the cloud? Independent DERS ultimately comes up in every discussions on cloud native concepts: to independently deploy, update, replace, and scale. Another book. O'Reilly, Cloud Native Transformation. Cloud native is more than a tool set. It is a complete architecture, a philosophical approach. Oh, another philosopher here. For building applications that take full advantage of cloud computing. What does that mean, right? To take full advantage of cloud computing. Finally, we have the CNCF, which is an organization who tries to map and take accountability for some of the landscape of cloud native technologies. And it says that cloud native technologies empower organizations to build and run scalable applications in modern, dynamic environments, such as public, private, and hybrid clouds. Containers, service meshes, microservices, immutable infrastructure, declarative APIs. Let's put every buzzword possible in this definition. Let's put everything in here. Still, do we need to use all of these, really, like containers, service meshes? Do we need to use all of these to have an actual cloud native application? And by the way, Otávio is also part of the CNCF, and he can share some words on this in a second. But what we have seen is that all of these concepts, and also the most of the applications that claim to be cloud native, they basically leverage containerization, orchestration, which is kind of a orchestration for these containers, because at some point you end up having so many containers that it just gets hard to maintain these things, and automation of this deployment of the application lifecycle. So all of this plus leveraging the cloud capabilities, and we will see what this actually means as we go through the course. But our applications should be able to follow some recommended practices, not patterns, recommended practices, like exposing an API that tells if it is healthy, that tells if it is live, if it is ready, being able to be monitored, being able to expose some metrics so that so it can be automatically restarted if needed, for example, if it gets too slow. So there's these kinds of things. Your applications should be a first-class citizen in a containerized environment, in a cloud environment. Otávio, what are your thoughts on the cloud native, on the CNCF definition?
Okay, Karina. Remember, it's recording, not able to say anything more than it's too generic. So in my perspective, as you can see here, it has, let's empower organization to run a scalable application. And to me, the CNCF definition about cloud native is a collection of buzzwords, because it does mean nothing, right? Because it says empower the organization. And can I import the organization if without cloud? Perhaps, why not? And also it has several samples here that is so abstract. And can I empower my organization if without cloud and if without microservice? Perhaps, right? We become old enough to know that there is no silver bullet, any kind of solution in cloud architecture or software architecture.
Yeah, indeed.
And to me, it's like, okay, it's put a lot of things to make a huge sales pitch, but it means nothing, technically speaking. That's why I usually say that's Hakuna Matata in technical perspective. And also I love the Emmanuel Bernard definition. That is a new thing to sell old stuffs.
Yeah, right. So this is a little bit on the cloud native concept, but what about the microservice architecture concept? So this is pretty much well known for most of you now. So let's just recap that. So in a monolith, we have everything in a single application. And when we go to a microservice architecture, we have independent services that are decoupled, and they are responsible for all of its domain. So it does one thing and it does one thing well. And when we do this, we start having a number of services that we need to manage. We need to know it's working, and we start having a distributed architecture, which brings some added complexity. So this is what we might end up with, a huge monolith that we have to carry and make sure we won't allow it to break. Otherwise, everything is just gone. Or we then end up with a bunch of things like this. Oh my gosh, what is doing what? And something broke, my service is not working. Which of the many pieces of this operation that is not working? Which of the 10 microservices that are involved in this operation that is the one that is failing? So we will see how we can address some of these challenges. But to get started with, we will look at MicroProfile. What is the MicroProfile specification? What does it have to do with all the other things that we have out there, like Java EE, Jakarta EE, and so on? And all starts with this concept that we have, probably all of us have heard at least once in our lives. Java is too heavy for the cloud, or Java doesn't fit the microservices world. So people used to say this because they are pretty used to deploying on big, slow application servers that require a lot of resources to run. And it wouldn't just make sense to deploy 15 application servers just to have 15 microservices. You start consuming too much, and that means you are spending too much. And if you're spending too much, you will start to become a problem for the organization, and you don't want that. So to address those problems, a new spec came out, and I would like to ask Otávio to tell us a little bit on the story. So how did we end up with Jakarta EE and MicroProfile?
Okay, so we had Java for a while, right? So before we have Oak. And do you know why do we have Java 2 EE? Mainly because in the past, we had the JVM with the JDK with some JEE libraries. And that's why we had web service inside the JVM or the JDK and XML inside the JVM. Based on that, we had the second generation of Java EE, where finally you have a platform outside the JVM. That's why Java 2 EE becomes so huge, because on that time, several servers were born, like Tomcats, JBoss at that time, and so on. And the third generation was once did not exist anymore, and they left, give everything to Oracle. On Oracle time, we could see, yes, I'm become old. I saw that in history, looking passing directly my eyes, and I saw the discussion with what's going on with Java EE on that time. Because the community was too afraid of Oracle, they decided to create your own specification that was MicroProfile. If you take a look at the whole committee, you're able to see those are basically the same ones. Java EE or JCP and Jakarta EE in MicroProfile. But sometimes Oracle, instead of be aggressive, Oracle enjoys the idea, and they moved everything to Eclipse Foundation. However, they are not able to give the name Java, because Java it's a trademark, and they has a huge process with Google. Yeah. And they need to change to Jakarta EE. And here you go. We have Java EE now as Jakarta EE and MicroProfile, both under Eclipse Foundation. So right now we have two flavors. Jakarta EE to more enterprise, more secure, more stable applications, mostly the finance one, and MicroProfile to startup, to microservice, and do this kind of thing.
Yeah, even though it is a specification, it's fast-paced, so it evolves really faster, way faster than the Jakarta EE spec. So if we look, for example, at the Jakarta EE spec, we should be able to see, okay, where is that? Here. Let me see if they have an image. They don't have a nice image, Otávio, like the MicroProfile one. That's sad.
Not yet. They are working on it. So hopefully this, we are reviewing this page that should not be able to you, because it's to Java 10. Oh no, wait, they did to Java 9.1.
Yeah, but this is what we have, for example, on Jakarta 9.1. The latest one, Jakarta E10 is almost released, probably for this year still.
Yes, it has a little delay, but you'll be some.
And then look at the number of specifications that it brings. So for a framework or tool whatever it is, to say, okay, like an application server, to say we support Jakarta EE, they need to be able to implement all of this stuff. They need to be able to support all of these, except for the optional, I guess. On the other hand, if we have MicroProfile, if we take a look at it, we will see that on this version, I will go back in a second, but on the version 4.0, we had this small set of specs that should be enough for us to build a microservice, all right? A cloud native Java microservice. On the new version, these are the most recent one, 5.0. We have all the specs being updated. That is something interesting. So this is the fast-paced evolution that we are talking about. So as you see on the from 4.0 to 4.1, 4.0 or 1? 4.0 to 5.0, look at all the specs that changed. 4.1, yes, that changed. So we have changes in all the specs, and on the, but what after all, in the end of the day, what is MicroProfile? So it's an open source again. Open source is the way to go. So open source community spec for enterprise Java microservices. And it is all open. You are able to follow all the evolution. For example, you can join mailing lists to see the progress of the spec itself and even join the discussions. You can also contribute to it yourself. There are many implementations. The more implementations, the better for the ecosystem, because it means that MicroProfile proves itself to be more reliable. So we have Payara Micro, Torntails dead, but still was an implementation of MP, Apache TomEE, launcher Helidon from Oracle, Wildfly, which is also known as JBoss, EAP, Open Liberty from IBM, Cumuluzi, I don't know how to say this the right way, and Quarkus, which is not a full implementation of MP itself, but still implements a lot of the capabilities that comes from MP and has some differences, for example, on the CDI implementation, which also brings and helps to nurture the future of MP itself. As you will be able to see on upcoming versions of CDI, we will have a lighter version of CDI, that is CDI Lite, that we should be able to run with Quarkus, but yeah, don't expect Quarkus to be a full implementation of MicroProfile, as that's not the goal of the framework itself. Otávio?
I shot you the link. Do you mind if you share? The last one.
You what? I'm sorry, you sent me a link? Or
yes,
you want to
please
share your
share.
screen?
No, I sent.
Where?
In Telegram.
Oh, I just got here. I'm sorry. Probably some delay.
Don't worry.
So, okay. The last one?
Yes. This one here is about Jakarta EE that will be released soon. So if you go down, you're able to see that we will have one more profile. That is a core profile. And the beauty is about around open source, that is, even the site is open source. So there is a PR that has several comments around the improvement to Jakarta EE 10. So you're able to see, to review, to complain, and give feedbacks.
Thank you. Thank you for letting
You're
us know,
welcome.
Otávio. So how do I get started with MicroProfile, especially with Helidon, the Helidon implementation? MicroProfile offers this starter page, which is similar to the Spring starter for those who are Springers, if that can even be an adjective. So for those who are fans of Spring, we will also have something similar for MicroProfile. Each vendor can have their own page, right, Ezekiel? Can have their own starter page, but MicroProfile offers one where the user is able to select the runtime. So you can know exactly which runtimes implement a specific version. And other than that, there's also command line tooling and VS Code plugins to work with MicroProfile. So how would that work? If you go to microprofile.io, don't worry, you are going to be able to try this later on. So let's see, I'm going to start like org A4J, hello, demo, and I'm going to use 3.3. So why don't you use this, the latest one? Well, oh, Otávio, do we have Helidon here? No, we don't.
No.
Okay, that was just a side
Version
thing.
3.
Okay, so yeah, 4.1, we don't have Helidon, neither 4.0. So we do have for 3.3. So we can select Helidon. And then you are able to select which examples you would like to see some boilerplate code. So for a starter, let me select health. So I want to see some examples of health, the health spec. And it creates a zip file and it brings, it allows me to download it. So let me see. I'm going to access the folder that was generated on that page. And let's take a look at what we have here. It generates some boilerplate code with guides on how you can package and run the application. As you can see, it's all based on MP. So you won't see Helidon specific information here. And it brings a hello controller, just an application class to start up my application, and some boilerplate code for the health API that we will take a deeper look at tomorrow. But as of now, that's what matters. What we also have here is the MicroProfile config file. Okay, this MicroProfile config properties file is the one where we are going to have any configuration that we might want to externalize on our applications. So most of the times when you need to add extra configs to your service, you will end up in a documentation telling you to add some configs in here. By default, it brings the server port and host. And that's the most important thing. Beans.xml is empty, set to bin discovery mode all, so it would find all the beans in our application. In the web folder, it just brings a boilerplate index page to facilitate us to locate the endpoints there. So if I want to start this application, the first thing I need to do is have my Java set up and package my application. Once I package it, it's going to download all the dependencies. And what are these dependencies? It has the parent POM set to the Helidon one, where it has all the supported versions of the libraries there. And the health. So MicroProfile and health. Where's the health? Oh, it's already in the Helidon app parent POM. All right, so that's all we have. And once I start it up, what did it create when I ran the Maven clean package? On the target folder, I am able to locate this hello demo jar. It's a self-contained executable jar file like what is created for Spring Boot applications. So I can run it like this, java -jar, and it should start my application. And let me just write this down so I don't have to do this again later on. So it started in this time. Where is our chat? I see it. So, so in the JVM mode, it took this amount of time to start. Okay. So what do we have? We have the application running on localhost 8080. We have the hello endpoint already there, and also the 2 endpoints for liveness and readiness checks. Cool. What else can we do with this, Karina? So there are people here who are interested in native compilation. So before I get started explaining native compilation, I have set up the GraalVM. This is the version that I have in here, just in case you have any issues on your side. This is the exact version of the GraalVM that I'm using. The CE, by the way, let me put it all in here. I'm using the community edition. And if I would like to compile this as a native application, I could just say, hey, create this, compile this application using ahead of time compilation and generate a native executable file. What is a native executable file? A native executable service is basically if you are running Windows, I bet all of you have used Windows in the past, you have a .exe file, like you can actually execute that one. And that means that the file that the service that I'm creating here should be a natively executable, a native executor, a native service. That's easier to say. So this native service that I'm creating here will only be able to run on top of a Mac OS. If I were compiling this in a Windows, this executable file would only run on Windows. On Linux, the same thing. So if you are creating native services to run on containers, you should probably be worried about this and should take care of and should prepare and make sure that you are compiling your services, your native services on top of a Linux. So what many services offer, many frameworks and runtimes offer, is a way for you to compile your applications inside a container. So that will be able to generate a Linux executable service. So let's talk a little bit about what does it mean to have ahead of time compilation versus just-in-time compilation. Otavio, would you like to contribute here a little bit?
No, go ahead. This native, I mean, it's a huge discussion that we had, right? I mean, the trade-off between use.
No, but actually the actual differences, because when we're talking about JET, for example, we have some optimizations that happen that are done by the JVM. And when we are running a native service, we don't have these optimizations, correct?
Yes, exactly. That's the biggest issue that we have right now.
No, it's not an issue. It's just a thing, right?
It's a trade-off. Yeah, right.
Yeah. And what does that mean? Well, when we are doing ahead of time compilation, it means that we are compiling the service now. That is why it's taking so long. I'm sharing my screen just so you see how much it takes, how long it takes to compile it natively. So as it's doing this, it's already compiling the code and creating the code that my machine can understand. On the other hand, when you compile it using just-in-time compiler, just-in-time compilation, it will just generate bytecode that is that the JVM can understand. And the thing that you should always have in mind when you are deciding if you're going to run native service or if you are going to run services on the JVM is services that run for a longer period of time. So the services that are long running, they usually show, like most of the times, it shows a better performance than services that are running with ahead of time compilation. And those are due to the optimizations done by the JVM as it warms up and just starts optimizing the access to the objects in memory. Also, this was a real test done in one of our big customers. So they could notice the startup time is better with ahead of time compilation because everything is already compiled. So you just need to start it up. It consumes less resources, but over time, the JVM application performs better. It has shorter response times if compared to one running with native compilation. So the reason why I have shared the startup time before is because now I'm going to run the natively compiled service. So as you see, this is not a jar file anymore. Okay, and I'm going to execute it. So let me just invoke it. No Java involved here, no JVM, just start it. Once it starts, oh, it's already up. So once it starts, there's no warm up needed anymore, okay? This 60 milliseconds is the time that it needs to actually have the application up and running and responsive. So after 60 milliseconds, this would already be there, would be already accessible. So a good use case for services like this one is for serverless architectures, for serverless solutions. And tomorrow I'm going to show you this deployed in a cloud environment. Since you will already understand a lot of the microprofile capabilities that we will explain as we go, it's going to be best if I show you this later. But when we have a serverless service deployed, I'm not necessarily talking about fast, like function as a service, but simply I'm talking about a service that you can pay as you go, you pay for what you use. It can start up very fast and it will be not active when not being used. So that means that if the service is not running and you invoke it for the first time, you should be able to start answering these requests. So for that, it is interesting if you have a native compiled service, because as you see, the startup time is really fast. And on the other hand, if you were using a Jet, you would have to wait all the 2.6 seconds for the startup of this service until you got an answer from the service. Another thing that you can try on the lab is the Helidon CLI. Helidon brings a dev loop, as it's called in the Helidon world, where it allows for a hot deployment during the application development cycle. So if I start this application, instead of actually running Maven clean package, and then I change my code, and then I stop my service, and then I do Maven clean package again, and then I run my service again. So instead of going through all of that, you can run Helidon dev. It will build the service and start it up. So let me access here the hello endpoint. This is going to be a really simple demonstration, but you can try it on the labs, on the challenge, and so on and so forth. So we have hello world, but if I were to change here to hello, my Helidon attendees, and I save this. Once I save it, Helidon, the dev loop starts. So it notices that the source file changed, rebuilds incrementally, and once the rebuilds finish, it starts the Helidon application again. So if I reload my application, I should be able to see the new version of my class already being served here. One thing, the Helidon CLI, it offers some different capabilities like Helidon build. You have an init option, so you can start new projects using the CLI instead of going to yet another page, selecting everything, or creating it using a Maven archetype. You can just leverage the Helidon CLI. And there is something that I would like to share with you also. And you will be able to experience this during your labs on the latest lab of today. is that not everything will be tracked by default by the Helidon CLI. So as we start working with, for example, OpenAPI, we will see that the page, the web page that is the UI for OpenAPI is not automatically reloaded if we change the class. So some extra configurations might be needed in there, but I didn't use any extra time to figure out which are the configurations needed to customize what needs to be tracked by the Helidon CLI. So with this being shared, I would like to know if there are any questions regarding these basic concepts.
Yes, I have one question. In that test that you were working on for the Hello controller, what happened if you, for example, remove the semicolon, the last semicolon, and
Let's
save it?
try. Yeah, let's try it out. So let me start it up again before I change it. In other frameworks, what I do know that happens is you will see the error in the browser, just the exception being thrown. Exactly. And then if you change it again, it would work. Let's see with Helidon Dev, with the Helidon CLI. So let me generate some issue here, save the file. So I have a compilation error, and it just keeps on trying to fix it. But let me see if the application stops answering. Localhost. So let me fix it. Save. Works. Let me see. Okay, let me break it again just to see if it will stop answering. And yeah, it stops answering and just says compilation error.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So what is supported in native compilation with Helidon, Karina? They have on their GitHub, let me see if I close the page. I think I did, but I can find it again. Or let me see if I have another window open. I don't. I can find it again. So, okay, Helidon GitHub. So you can see on their wiki page on the Helidon project repository a full detail of the Helidon versions for Helidon 1, what is supported, 2, and so on. So for example, for the Helidon MP, you have almost everything supported except for the REST client and one specific thing that is the default method on an interface. So they have this limitation, and it also throws a warning on the terminal. So you are able to see they already have they have that limitation there. But it is interesting in case you are planning to have, let's say, a native service running with Helidon, you should know what is supported even before you start, so you don't waste your time planning something that you won't be able to get the support from Oracle, or that might even not work. So with that, we will go to the next lab that is pretty simple. So that's why we only will give you a couple of minutes. Still, I am going to share the pool just in case. So for those who are already used to working with the basics, install Helidon CLI, use this time to install Helidon CLI and try it out so you can feel the experience of the actual developer loop, the dev loop that is offered by this framework, and what works, what doesn't work, and generate your own thoughts on top of that. So I'm going to, so this lab is the lab that I will ask you to try right now is this one. The Get Started with Helidon Lab 2. Let me share the link again just in case. This is pretty simple. You can get started pretty easily. Try the dev loop if that's something that interests you. And I will open the poll so you can let us know once you wrap it up, okay? And this is one of the easiest labs, so don't get used to it.
Sorry if I misunderstood this, but it's not the same exercise that we already did?
So I have asked you to do the CDI one. If you have already done this one, that's great. Just let me know you are finished. And you can use this time to grab your extra water. We won't use too much time in this one because we also have a lot of content to share for today. And you will have time also to work on this on the last hour of today's session.
Okay, thank you.
The point is, if you could not finish understand the today class, it'll be hard to you to move forward tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. I see a lot of you have finished the lab. For those who haven't finished it yet, you will have some extra time to finish in 20 minutes, as we plan to give some extra more content and give you another exercise for those who already finished. So don't worry about it. You will still have to finish it up. But as for now, let's talk about REST in Java applications. We have many experienced people on the chat, so we believe that we won't need to drill down too much in the functionalities offered by JAX-RS, as we will also be able to try this in the exercise. But let me give you a quick glance of what it is and how you can use the capabilities of the JAX-RS spec on your service. So let me see if I have something here. Okay, let me just clone it real quick to this directory. Just 1 second. Okay. And by the way, this is also the same repository where we have all the demos, and you are able to access and contribute or just send issue reporting in there. Feel free to use it as you wish. Let me open it here. Actually, let me open the restaurant one. Mm-hmm. Let's allow IntelliJ to compile all this stuff. Okay. So JAX-RS allows us to use some good practices when creating REST services, like using the right HTTP methods to expose some endpoints, or facilitating the way we receive the requests, data, or send the response back to the requester. So here on my restaurant controller, I have a path configuration, and this is what will be the URL, the partial URL of my service. I also have our CDI scope set to request scope, as we have seen earlier today. It's one of the scopes of CDI, but the path annotation is the one from JAX-RS that gives us the capability of customizing the URLs per endpoint. We can also customize it per method, like you can see here on this update method, where I actually expect to have something coming from, for example, restaurant/1. And why? How do I know it's 1? Because it's expecting something. What is this something? This something is a path parameter that will be the ID. It's going to be stored in a string and then be used for something. Okay, so following the good practices, the recommended ways of writing good RESTful application that comes from the Richardson maturity model, also known as the glory of REST, we have different levels of the implementation in REST adoption in an application. Some good and recommended ways to do it is, for example, the restaurant endpoint will only return data relating to restaurants, okay? Then if I invoke just doing a get, HTTP method get to restaurants, I should get a list of my services. If I do a get /1, it should search for the data that responds to the ID 1. If I do a put with the ID 1, it then updates. If I do a post sending over some data, it should save this data. And if I send a delete, that is yet another HTTP verb, I will be telling my application that I want to delete something. If we have time tomorrow, we can also talk a little bit about these good and recommended ways of implementing RESTful services that are brought by this Richardson maturity model that I'm referring to. But as of now, what you should understand is that using the proper HTTP verb for each operation is recommended, and that you can customize the path as you need. So if I start my service here, let me use, I need to export my Java. Let me use JDK, Helidon Dev. All right. So, restaurants. And as you see, this is a get. So all I get is an empty list. Let me see if I have the Open API UI configured in this application. No, Otávio, you have not configured it. I'm just kidding. So I actually want to use another one because this is similar to what you will be using on your labs. So let me come here to the foundations, Helidon training, labs foundation, open the solutions. No, this is not enough. Wait, restaurant. Let me see if I have configured the Open API UI on this service. Just a second. Let's take a look at the POM. No, I have not. But we will have it on the REST client one. Okay, but it should be enough to use curl or any other endpoint or any other tool to invoke your REST endpoints. So let me start this service here. Terminal, Helidon Dev, export Java. Okay. So for example, in this restaurant service, I am exposing the full endpoints, all the APIs that allows me to do the CRUD operation of read, delete, update, and insert a data. So let me open another tab, split right. So I can do a curl. With this curl is a CLI tool that allows me to just invoke an endpoint and pass in specific headers and specific data. So you could be using Postman, but I'll just use curl because it's faster for now. It serves the purpose. Oh, there's an enter here. All right, now it should be good. So, we have an error. Pretty. What's the error here? It's the data. So it's probably just the URL, the format of this data that is in this curl here. Didn't update it properly.
Checking the serializing object for each string.
No, yeah, it's probably something, just the data. Let me see. Let me see this one if this is right. Okay, this is right. It's just this one is wrong. I will actually fix it I will commit the fix. So once I do this post, I have saved, I have submitted this one, and I have saved a new item to my restaurant. So if I invoke again the restaurant's endpoint, we should see the retrieved item being brought for us. And we have the description and all the details of this entity. If I do, for example, a get using the ID, and in this case, the ID is the name of the product, we can see that we have only retrieved only the specific item. So if I come here and have water, the browser by default will send a get. We will also see the water being retrieved. So I could use another endpoint, for example, the delete, and it should delete, and etc., etc. You will be able to try this on the lab to see it working for yourself. Something that is also cool to share is that when you are using JAX-RS, you can combine it with bin validation. Bin validation is yet another spec that you have available that allows us to validate what we expect in a specific attribute of a class. So for example, in the item, I can say this cannot be blank. So if I try to submit, let's say, let me change here that it's going to be easier. So if I try to submit a data with an empty name, so let's see here, README, let me copy paste that thing just because it's easier. This will be all easier with the OpenAPI UI, don't worry. So what cannot be empty is the name. So let me get the name, type, expires, description. Where is the name? It's already empty here? No, it's not possible. Where's my name? Oh, it's because we have a default. All right. So actually, let me have the name blank here. Name and have it blank. So let me add something else in here. A non-healthy beverage. And then I will have nothing. Okay. And the fourth, just to change things. And let me send this post. Let me clean this. Try to save it. And I get an internal server error. Okay, expecting. Let me see what is wrong in here. Raw data. Expires name. Ah, okay, I'm missing the double quotes. This is a JSON, by the way. So now again, let me send it with the proper JSON format. And we see the error saying, what error deserializing this?
It is still
the double quotes? No.
Constructor found, no default constructor found.
For item.
For item.
Is this the right one?
No, check the item class.
I remember I fixed this on the last time. I remember I pushed the fix. Maybe I pushed only for the. Okay, but let's
go up, please go up. Okay, it's fine.
So let's see now.
Yeah, with the public is okay.
Okay. So let me grab that. Open single quotes. Opa. Let me just double check this thing.
Opa.
Single quotes. Okay, should be good now. Let's see. Let me clean this terminal and run this again. All right, so instead of having an exception thrown by the server, we actually get a proper error message. The name size should be between this and that. The name must not be null. So all of this is being retrieved by the bin validation requirements that we have set. So we say, for example, well, the name should be between 3 and 10 letters. So let me have a name like Cole. So if I submit this, hey, the name should be in between this and that. So this bean validation that is only set in the bean level is also being used by the validation for the endpoint. And how can I achieve that? By using the @valid annotation. So here on my post, you will see that what do I expect? When I send a post, I expect an item. So here we have the item, and I expect it to be valid. Notice here that it comes from Jakarta Validation API. So I expect it to be valid. What does it mean to be valid? Well, it means that all the requirements set by the Java beans validation here on the class should be okay. We should not be restricted by these constraints. So that's pretty cool. We have many options for the validation with bean validation. So for example, even the future annotation that allows us to validate what is that date valid? So that is not, we do not accept dates in the future. So an expiration date should be in the past. Okay, so this is pretty cool. We have the not null, we have the not blank, and many more that is available on the API. I am not also going really quick on this stuff because we will want you to try it out and test it and learn through the exercise itself, okay? Another thing that we need to do is to have well-documented services. And what does it mean to have a well-documented REST endpoint? Let me show you. I will have this service running on the 8080 port, and I am going to open another service that is implemented with REST client. This is the one that I have working with. Let me confirm if this is the one that I have set. Idea Acme Store REST. I think this is the one, Otávio. Yeah, here we go. So let me show you this one. Let me see if it has the proper OpenAPI stuff. I don't think it does. It does not. So just let it go. Let me open this thing here. Okay. So I will open the solutions, Acme REST solution. So this is also, and that's one more reason for you to pay attention. This is the actual solution of the lab that you will do right now. Let me start it up. Let me see if it is coming up on 8080, 8081. Nice. So export Java, Helidon dev, and then. So notice something. I am still using JAX-RS. So I have the HTTP verbs configured. I have the get, I have the post, the put, everything here as expected. But look at what shows up when I open this endpoint right here. I have a pretty well documented RESTful service where I have my APIs separated by version. So the clients that are going to consume these endpoints, they know, okay, this is reliable, tested, and it's good to go. It's on version 1.0, but this is still on beta test. Yeah, it's Swagger. They call it the OpenAPI UI for Helidon, and it can be added by using an extra dependency on your application. That is this one. Org microprofile X, OpenAPI X, the OpenAPI UI. Okay. So what I see here in this page is the actual details of each endpoint. So if I send a post to /products, what happens? I can save a product. What is a product? Well, this is a product. You need a description, you need a name, you need a quantity. And this is an example of description of name and quantity. So if I send a call for the name and 0 quantity, I get all my errors that could be, for example, if being consumed by a UI, a front-end application, could be displayed in alerts. So all of these should be done, okay? Must be greater than or equal to 1, the quantity, description should have this, name should have that. So I could have, for example, an unhealthy but tasteful drink, and I can have Coke and send 12 Cokes to my store. And I should have the proper response. What is the proper response? I expect, and this is again, just good practices. I expect to receive a 201, that means it was created with success. And what was created? The service that was created. If I go to the get, again, without any details, I should just get the list of items being retrieved. If I try to search for the actual ID, I should receive only the item that I'm searching for. And if I want to delete, I can just insert the ID of my item, try it out, Coke, execute. And then I see I have, and this is, I don't know if 204 is the expected response code here. Let me see what that means. P response. No content. So actually
this is a good one. 200, the range of 200 is a good thing.
Okay.
So 200, I guess is okay. 201 is accepted. And 204, it's
no content.
Yeah.
So Karina, how are you bringing these different response codes? You can use the, you can return a response. Okay, let me get it. Okay. Let me increase the font size a bit. So when you return a response and you set the status to the actual response that you want to retrieve, you can see that in this class, you have an easy way to find what you want to return. So you can be following some good practices there. So for example, request timeout, not found. If you're trying to search for something that is not there, 404, you don't need to memorize all the HTTP code, although it happens naturally. Okay, recreated, accepted, so and so on and so forth. So you see, it's all in there to help you out. Also, if you want to retrieve the data, an actual entity, you can just say, hey, the response status is this. This is a Fluent API. The entity that I want to return is this one. And then you build the response and it's going to be returned as expected. Okay. Another good thing is for you to handle to do exception handling. We won't be covering much of it today, but you will be able to see examples there. And we can cover some of this tomorrow when talking about the REST client API. As of now, the web application exceptions should be enough. And you can add the information there in case that's what happened. What about this nicely documented API, Karina? This is done by using the Open API specification. The Open API specification allows us to offer all these details for documentation purposes. So there's a lot of extra annotations here that you can see, like @tag. It's what configures that this endpoint will be included in this group here. So the @beta 1.0 aqui. At beta, and what is beta? What does it mean? So here's what it means, and these are the endpoints that are part of this tag, of this group. We have ways to document the operation. So this operation, what does it do? It lists products. If you want to add a detailed description, you can also. So again, list products, and here the detailed description for it. What are the expected responses that can come from this endpoint? You will see the responses, the expected responses also here. So if any service is consuming your RESTful application, your RESTful service, if any client is consuming your RESTful service, it will be able to know, hey, I need to handle, I have 500 error because that might be thrown. Or when I'm doing a put, I should be handling a 404 and also a 500 if needed. So these are things that I can expect from the service here or from these endpoints. Something else that you can document is the not only the operation and the responses, but also the, where is that? Let me find it. Just a second. Where is that? Where is that? Key. What is the request body? So remember, I have, when I send in a post, exactly the description of what a product should look like. So the product should have a description, a name, and a quantity. Notice, look here, I have on the method declaration, when I'm saying that I expect a product, what are all the things that I have in here? It should be valid. This is a post. So this should be valid according to my JavaBeans validation. And what does it look like? In order to document using OpenAPI, you can say, hey, the request body here that is related to this product, this request body description is this, and this is the content details. It should be an application JSON, and this is the schema of it. Where is this schema documented? Why am I able to say that the schema is the implementation of a product class? Because here in my product class, I have a schema annotation that gives me these details. So it's saying, hey, this product belongs to a schema. The name in my schema should be informing that it's required, that the name of this attribute is name. This is the description of it. And here's an example, just in case people need to see what is expected there. There are some endpoints that can be really complex depending on what you are expecting. So for example, I have worked with services that were expecting a data based on the cloud spec, on the cloud event specification. Does everyone here know what the cloud event specification is supposed to look like? Not everyone does, right? So I can offer an example of how that looks like in the end of the day if needed. So that is why when I open my post for the first time here, I can see, hey, the description and the name examples, because I have it set here. Remember I told you about the Helidon dev loop, the dev loop that is not working. So I will change the detail for the example here on the name. On the description. A beverage. I will save it. It's reloading. And I will refresh my page. Let's see if it's for the schema, if it's going to work. Because for the actual endpoint, it didn't. See? Doesn't. Even if I use the incognito window, doesn't do the hot reload. So this is probably just some configuration that is required, but I didn't use any time to figure it out. So if you are working with OpenAPI and using the dev loop, remember that it might not work specifically for the page displayed for the open API UI, okay? Yes, correct, Vladimir. It is independent API that can be used on any app. The Swagger is this page here that we are looking at, but Open API is what is OPA, not Swagger UI, sorry. This is for another framework. Open API 8081 UI. So this page is based on Swagger, but the actual content that is being displayed here is being displayed because we are using the annotations provided by the Open API spec, okay? Like the schema and all these other notations that we have here. So what do we have for now? We would like you to learn many of these concepts, not by hearing us and just letting us talk for forever and forever, because this is not the best way to absorb content. We want you to go through this scenario that is the Golden Service APIs for Acme Store. Again, here's the link. So on this exercise, you have a lot of tips on what needs to be done, how to test the application, and you also have an expected result of what your service should look like. Adding to that, you have a set of requirements that we would like you to try to deliver. So implementing the REST endpoints, implementing beans validations, and using the Open API for API documentation. You can do just the endpoints, yes. Can you do the beans validation? Yes. Can you do everything without Open API? Yes. Can you do just REST and Open API? Yes, go for it. You are free to try the things that you want to learn and make sure that you will remember it later. The best way to learn is by practicing. So with this, still, if you have doubts, we are all grown up here. So that is why we offer on the same repository the solution for the challenge. It is in the solutions folder. The whole solution is there. You can use it to try to figure out what you're doing wrong or what is the best way to deliver something. But we would like you to try to research, try to see on Helidon page how to do something, because on your real work, on your daily basis, you will not have a solution delivered for you. So try it out as much as you can, and let us know if you have doubts. Still, if you want to take a look because you were stuck, you can also look at the solution. And by the end, we will be here for the end of this hour until the top of the hour. It is 6 now, we'll be here until 7. For those who didn't finish the getting started, go ahead, finish it. And we will share our emails so that if you have questions, please share it with us. And Otavio, which is, if you are around, which is your preferred email to share the labs? Because I know a couple, so which is the preferred one? Which is the preferred one? Please share it on the chat. So if you are able to finish the lab, the challenge, these Golden Service APIs, send it to us if you want us to talk about it tomorrow, to discuss the implementation itself. And even on our own solution implementation, we are able to see things that we didn't see when we were implementing it. So go ahead, share it with us. If you want us to not talk, to not say who's the author we want, don't worry, it's not important. What is important is learning and knowing what can be improved, especially considering that this is the only opportunity, not the only, sorry, this is a great opportunity that you have to show your code and listen from someone who works directly with the expert groups, with the specification groups, and helps building the future of Java itself, who is Otavio. So let us know. And we'll be here until, so now it's 6, for me at least, it's 6:13. We'll be here until 6:30, and we will be, after this, we'll be replying your questions via email, and we will meet you all tomorrow here at the same time, okay? Are you okay with that, Otavio?
No.
Okay, that's always a yes. So whenever Otavio say no, guys, you can hear yes. And by the way, you can see how dark it is here compared to when we started. I need to turn on the light, so yeah, don't worry about it. Okay, so go ahead. And if you have questions, by the way, I didn't ask if you have questions, please share.
I have one question. How to activate the Swagger UI or the Open API UI? I couldn't get that, and I don't seem to find a pointer for that.
Oh, yeah. So on the labs, you will have access to that already. Don't worry, it will be configured on the foundation. But the way you can enable that is by adding this dependency right here. Okay, this one. I will also share the documentation about it because it was not so simple to identify it. I'm used to working with another survey framework that offers this in a way more simple way. Yeah, it's ambiguous, but so this is the repository where this documentation is available. Let me see if they have a wiki page. I think I found this. Community extensions for Eclipse MicroProfile. Cool. So I actually found this on a Helidon page. Open API, UI, Helidon.
Yeah, I tried to add that exactly the same dependency in this version 1.1.5 to my Helidon project, and I couldn't get it running. I try continue to try. So I was on the right path. That's what I wanted to know, and that's.
Did it throw any error there?
No,
that
no
maybe
errors.
Can help us?
No errors.
Okay.
But thanks. Now I know I was on the right path. Thanks.
Yes, you were definitely. I actually want to find the exact page where I found this documentation because I saw it on the Helidon page. So let me find that out and I'll share it on here on the chat, just in case. And then we might track even the version that it was added, like the support for it. Let me find that out. I'll share it in a second. Wow, it's so dark in here. I'll just turn my camera off.
Darkness, old friend.
Otavio.
No? Yeah, it's dark here, so you're not able to see me.
So can you try this, adding these extra dependencies there? So let me put the three of it. So these three, can you try adding these 3 dependencies? Just to make sure it also doesn't work on the previous version of Helidon.
Yes, microprofile open API 1.2, microprofile open API 2.3. Oh, that's where I did something else. I used the version of 2.4.1, the version 2.4.1 I used. Okay.
Opa, Opa, someone asked me what Opa means. Opa is like, oops.
Oops, yeah, I use Opla. This is what I'm using for this Opla.
Otavio keeps on laughing at me because I always mix up some Portuguese words for interjection, like, oh my gosh, oh meu Deus.
Yes, But anyway, Karina, we're not able to see you.
I know it's dark in here, my old friend.
Oh, come on, come on. You think darkness is your lie. You better not enter the dark. No? Batman
No,
Rise?
no,
Bane?
never saw it.
Come on, it's a classic. It's the best move from DC.
I never watched any Batman, and I am a Marvel person.
Okay. Usually Marvel does best movie than DC, but the trilogy of Christian Bale, the Batman Dark Knight, the Batman Dark Rise, something like that. Those are the best Batman movies. Yes, trilogy. Those are the best.
Trilogy, yeah. No, I might watch it someday. I have watched all the Marvel movies in order after they were released. So that was very fun. I might watch DC someday.
Yes. Right now, the newest Marvel movies looks like DC. So Marvel decreased a lot the quality of the movie. I mean, it's become boring. They lost the imagination to create new ones, maybe.
No, it's just that they were bought by Disney.
Oops. Good point.
It's hard to keep the hype after the last Avenger movie. It's normal to decrease this kind of thing.
Okay, that's time to be a polemic person, but even the last movie, it wasn't good. Come on. But I mean, I guess they lose the point of superheroes thing. It's become boring. I don't know. To me, the best Avenger one is still the first. Perhaps because it was the original one. Everything was the first time. Who knows?
But I think now we should go back to talking about the awesome microprofile spec, right?
No. You're able to combine micros. You're able to expose Heroes API using microprofile.
We can do that for a next challenge. Huh? That's a good idea. So for now, we'll be here for the next 8 minutes. So if you have questions, just let us know, or any problems that you see. If you have questions also after this time, just send it over. We have shared the email. Let me share it again. Otávio, okay, you put your email here, I see.
Tomorrow is there a session?
The model is, I'm sorry?
Tomorrow is there a session?
Yes, I have already told the organizers of the training that we have, that you guys didn't receive any invite for tomorrow. Let me share my screen. This is what we plan to talk about tomorrow in case you need to arrange some things on your side. So for tomorrow, we will start with a review of the challenge, as I have mentioned. Then we will talk about how to consume endpoints using the REST client, one of my favorite specs of MicroProfile. It's pretty simple. You can consume REST endpoints just by creating an interface. Then we will have explanations of the config, MicroProfile config, talk about observability, see all of this in action with application containerization and deployment on a cloud service. Also see how all of this is useful in such an environment. Added to a small demo on how I showed the difference of running a Java service with serverless architecture. We will wrap up by talking about persistence. So we will explain a ultra-fast persistence with MicroStream, and also talk about NoSQL in Java applications and how you can abstract this persistence layer, this persistence details by using a almost there specification, a proposal of specification that is called the Jakarta NoSQL, that allows us to implement things pretty much the way we already do, but ending up with a NoSQL database. So for tomorrow, we have this planned agenda, okay? We will start on the same time. I think the link is the same.
Okay.
On the last session, the attendees were also asking for the recording, and the reply we got from the organizers is that they sent the recordings after, I think, 2 or 3 days after it's over to the people who were in the training. So you might expect that only after the session.
Okay, thank you.
So Karine, Otávio, congratulations everyone. I must go, so have a good one. See you tomorrow.
No,
thank you, Max. See you later. No, when Otávio say no, you can hear a yes. Don't worry.
Yes,
his no
stay
is a
here.
yes.
Yes,
and
yes,
his yes
stay
is
here.
also a yes.
Okay. See you tomorrow, everyone. Bye-bye.
Vladimir, yes, we will share the recordings of tomorrow. I am pretty frustrated that they didn't plan this properly and send you both invites, but still we appreciate your time for today. And if you can, just join today, and if not, we will make sure to send you the recordings.